to Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black.
Get out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Hey, we got a lot going on today. A lot going on today in the fog, in the drizzle of Daly City. The har of Daly City getting drizzled on. We got day 2 of John Joe Curley's absence. Today we bring in the most underrated guy in the building, Cole Lapel. No T at the end of that thing, by the way. Not Cole Lapelt. Cole Lapel, which I'm only learning. We got storylines galore as the Giants and the Marlins get going here tonight at 6:45. And we got the guy sitting to my right who's got 2 things going on. Number 1, he's orchestrating an artful and outstanding launch of a vacation. The last time you're going to hear Marcus Boucher's voice until July 7, y'all.
Adios.
Can you survive without Marcus until July 7? Ooh. Can you looking at that video screen, that handsome mug, how are you going to go till July 7 without seeing that flow, that Lil Romo flow? And how are you going to go to July 7 without realizing that today is Marcus Boucher's birthday, everybody? Which means no donuts, buddy. No donuts,
Look
buddy.
at this. A brown paper bag.
A brown paper bag.
Start my morning.
This
man
buddy.
knows me well, Tony. This man knows me well.
And you know what? When it comes to Marcus Boucher's birthday, we keep it simple, baby. We keep it simple.
Oh,
yeah.
Jameson.
Yeah.
Because, Murph, as you know, the kids do still take shots, and I will order up a round of Jameson shots.
I believe you told me within the last week of shows that JMO was your shot.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about it the other day when you asked me, where are you guys at with shots? And my only response was, yeah, we take them. And I do prefer to take shots of Jameson. So who knows? Maybe this bottle might get cracked open sometime during this show.
Pre-10 a.m. shots?
Stay tuned.
Well, I told you, remember that story from Fenway Park where we wound up doing shots because there was a very aggressive Giants fan forcing us to take shots on the air with Dave Fleming at Fenway Park in 2007. But so it wouldn't be the first time. But happy birthday, brother.
Thank you, brother.
He is. Ready for this, guys? Ready? 33.
He's well into his 30s. You know, Murph.
I got to laugh out loud that you're 33, bro. I got to laugh out loud.
Yeah.
LOL.
Well,
33.
I'll make you feel old, too. When I started working with you, I was 27.
Oh my God. Which is, what's young tone, 26?
26, right around the corner from 27.
So June 24, happy birthday, bro. How's having a birthday on June 24? Because my first thought is you don't get the school birthday party.
No, which is why it almost feels like a little awkward to do a radio show on my birthday because I'm not used to being the center of attention on my birthday. Yeah. You know, like when you're in school and you have your birthday during the week, all the pretty girls like make you cupcakes and like they make you cards and bring balloons and stuff.
Then Marcus
like
says, "Baby girl,
yes, let me see you twirl into the summer," because I've always had a summer birthday, so I've never really been the center of attention for my birthday. But I don't know, I'm not a huge birthday guy either.
Well, today you are.
I mean, I guess so.
Yesterday you hyped it. You hyped it yesterday.
Yeah, that was just kind of in the honor of our boy Triple E. It was the biggest birthday hyper there is.
It's been a long-running tradition on this show to, while acknowledging birthdays, and it was all fomented by the great Pat Connor, Pecan, who was very stridently anti-birthday celebrations. And whenever anybody went out of their way to promote their own birthday, there was hell to pay. There was absolute hell to pay. Hence the legendary story where in December of 2006, when I had my car broken into in the Sutter Stockton garage and my laptop stolen that contained 26,000 words of the last 2 chapters of the book that Neil Hayes and I had written on Tiger Woods, and I hadn't backed it up on my computer, I lost. And by the way, that was just on December 26th or 7th, and the copy was due January 1, right? So, dude, I had to rewrite 26,000 words in 4 days off the top of my head. One of the worst things. It's literally the worst thing that's ever happened in my life, other than a death in the family. But I came to work the next day. Paulie was off. I was doing a Christmas vacation show on my own, and Thin Tim, that's the guy you hear in the afternoons
making mistakes.
Now it's the Thin Tim mistake of the day.
By the way, speaking of deaths in the family, that guy. Rest in peace to that guy. We lost that voice guy halfway through my tenure.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Tim Webb. I was like, oh, damn, what did I miss?
But no, when he engendered the wrath of Pecan, because he said, when I told the whole story of how it happened, because it was a Christmas vacation show, there wasn't a ton going on other than like the Poulon Weed Eater Independence Bowl featuring Louisiana Tech against SMU, the night before. But I told the whole story over like 2 segments, and then Tim said, man, I can't believe that happened to Murph on my birthday. And it just created an incredible, so yes. And then we had Triple E work here. Mm-hmm. God bless him. We love him to death. He was like the puppy dog who peed on the rug, though, and he was like, guys, it's August. We're like, so? He's like, it's my birthday month. We're like, wait, no, seriously, why don't you try this conversation all over again? Let's start this whole conversation, pretend that didn't happen. And then he would print the guest list every day with special birthday celebrations the entire month.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice that young Tony put Happy B-Day Marcus on the guest list today, but I could have used some balloons. I could have used some confetti.
Well, you got a bottle of J-Mo.
You got to spice it up like Triple E. Yeah, thanks, Murph, for the J-Mo.
So anyway, I was thinking about you. So I think of all things in terms of youth sports, and youth birthdays can mean a lot. And I'm going to say, did you know that since you played Little League Baseball, they changed the rules? So in the old days when you were playing, you had a great Little League birthday. So it used to be what age are you on May 1st? That used to be the day.
Yeah.
So you could be 12 years old on May 1st, but then turn 13 after that and still be eligible to play Little League Baseball, which meant you had 13-year-old kids in the summer throwing absolute cheese at Williamsport. They finally decided that they were tired of seeing 13-year-old kids throwing absolute cheese at Williamsport, and about 7 or 8 years ago, they changed it. This affected my kids favorably for my kids. They changed it to how old are you on September 1st? So in other words, in today's day and age, you'd be 13 on September 1st, your 12-year-old season. So you would not have been able to play your last summer of Little League.
Is that true?
Yeah, you would have played it as an 11-year-old.
Well,
yeah,
I did anyways. Like, I was, with my birthday, with the Little League rules, I was always a year ahead, actually. Like, I was 11, but I was a Little League 12. Or I was 10, but I was a Little League 11.
You should have been playing as a 13-year-old that summer.
No, my dad refused to let me go back to Little League, because I think that was the year they actually changed the rules where I could have played an extra year of Little League, but we went to Pony Ball instead.
Interesting.
I don't know. We got to clarify these
summer
rules.
Birthdays used to be awesome for Little League, and now they're not. So anyway, I'm just done. That's a long story short.
Okay.
Anyway, I would have liked to have seen 13-year-old Marcus blowing away 12 and 11-year-old kids.
Nah, see, I didn't want to play down anyways. Like, I was always playing down. I was always playing up with my brother.
But you were within the rules.
In the rules.
Like when you watch Williamsport the Williamsport we watched growing up all the time would always be kids who had just turned 13 in June or July. And then they finally changed it.
Yeah, so I played 3 years of majors, so I was 9, but a Little League 10 when I first got called up to majors.
Well,
because you had to be 11 and 12 in majors, but I played a third year. I played up when I was 10.
Well, there's some confusion going on.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion.
Yeah.
I don't know. Ask my pops.
You guys
call him Ken. Phone a friend. I just went out there. I'm just here to play ball, Murph.
So anyway, it's a great birthday, and 33 is hilarious. So I was trying to think. I literally was trying to think, where was I on my 33rd birthday? And I actually know where I was. I was in Boston, Massachusetts, covering the A's Red Sox. Because I remember going. I woke up in a hotel room. I'm like, here I am on my 33rd birthday. I'm going to go for a jog. I remember that. So I'm going to go for a jog and get in shape.
You're going to go run 10K like Tony.
I jogged along the Charles River in Boston. I was like, this is a great way to spend my 33rd birthday. Well, I was also because I was like a huge, I still had that Red Sox romance in me. It was before Bill Simmons blew me out of the water and made me feel irrelevant forever. So your 33rd birthday is spent waking up at whatever in the morning and coming in the har.
Yeah.
Talking fog and drizzle in Daly City.
And actually, I'd like to stop you in the first segment of the show. I would prefer if you did not refer to my birthday as my 33rd birthday, and instead you would say it's the 3rd anniversary of my 30th.
Oh, my God. By the way, just to keep it real, Young Tone, they took out JC at 33. I think so.
That's bad news for me.
Let's try to make it through the year without them coming to get you.
Yeah.
Put you on the cross.
Oh, man.
I think 33 is the number, right? That was like that's like the magical number. So, anyway, bro, happy birthday.
Thank you. Thanks for the comps to Jesus this morning. I wasn't expecting that one.
You're a Christ-like figure on the show.
Dude.
So, and then what people need to know is that Marcus planned his vacation. So he's off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this week. That's really cool. But look into next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, because next Friday is the 4th of July. So we won't hear or see you again until Monday, July 7th. So here's the controlling question of today's show. Where will the Giants be on Monday, July 7th? What will their record be on Monday, July 7th? And will Jonathan Kuminga be a Warrior on Monday, July 7th?
These are all good questions.
Those are our hot questions for the day. There we go.
And here's the comparison, too. It kind of lines up nicely. I know that the Giants are finishing off their homestand this week against Miami. I'll be out at the ballpark tonight. I'll be there Thursday for the
birthday
day game
ball
as well.
Game for you?
Yeah, going to go out to the ball game. Couple buddies
Did
coming
Maria
up from
hook you
San
up with the
Jose.
suite?
Maria's got the suite for all the KNBR board ops, which raises the questions whether or not I want to hang out with my coworkers,
by the way,
the part-timers who don't even know our names.
I gotta say, this Maria thing is actually literally starting to turn into a beef because the Digital Boys had the suite. Now the KNBR board ops. Maria has never once offered the oldest, longest tenured host at KNBR any access to any ticket or any suite. Oh, he's like, yeah, you can come.
Yeah, no, come on, we got a +1.
How about Maria says, hey, Murph, how about we do something for you and your family, 20+ years, blah, blah, blah. We got freaking board ops are getting the suite.
Mm-hmm.
I think Maria and I, is this because of the Janet Jackson incident, isn't it?
My guy Cole LaPelle will be in that suite tonight.
Well, I mean, Cole's
I can tell you
cool,
that.
I like Cole.
Yeah, Cole's cool.
In fact, if I got the suite, I'd invite Cole.
Yeah.
But the problem is that
last year I was hanging out with Lou P in the suite. Shout out, Lou P.
Maria. God, I guess I really should have played Janet when we did 80s and 90s Fridays, and I didn't play any Janet. She would come in
never
with
been
beef.
up to the KNBR suite?
No, I've been, but since Maria has gotten the reins and she's arranging all these special days, I'm finding out about all these special outings for all the teams. Like the digital team last Thursday had it. And the board ops, and you even knew about the board ops. I didn't know about the board ops.
Yes,
now, I guess Maria's kind of telling me where I rank.
Here's the thing for everybody who does not know.
Maria, I got 2
KNBR
kids.
every year will do a sweet night for the digital team. They'll also do one sweet night for the board op team. And since technically I have been on the other side of the glass, I still am a board op, not just a board op, but the best board op in the building. So, of course, I still get invited to board op.
So, give me the
night.
the list of board ops who makes this cutoff here. Who are these?
Oh, so I want to say it's everybody you'll see on that side of the glass. And I think the only 2 guys who get the magic tickets who are currently on this side of the glass in the studio are Copes and I. See, like Derek Papa, I don't know if he should be allowed in the suite because he doesn't know how to run a board. He said he's going to be there. John Joe Curley, I love the guy. It's a good thing he's in Greece because he can't run a board. Yeah. I think to go to a board op suite night, you have to actually be able to run the board. Greg Silver knows how to run the board. Greg Silver's welcomed. So me, Copes, Greg Silver, and all the part-time and full-time board ops that we have behind the glass.
Want to explain again how you and Copes get in on this?
So because we used to run the board for you.
We used to. I mean, that you don't anymore.
Oh, come on, Murph.
I used to freaking run the agate page for the Santa Rosa Press Democrat. Does that get me in the board?
I would still consider you, like, if they did a beat writer reunion party, you're invited. Okay. You're a former beat writer. I'm a former board op.
Okay. So, then you guys should invite Pecan and
I agree.
And DJ Rob B.
Oh, Triple E, come on down. Mid, come on down.
Mid.
Yes. Dude, I would love to open the doors to all the former KNBR board ops. I was hanging out with B. Smith up in the suite. He doesn't even work at KNBR anymore.
You get B. Smith, too. 831 says, more importantly, will Marcus's key card work on July 7th?
Probably not. Most likely not. Not after today's show.
We got 3 questions. 1, where will the Giants be on July 7th? 2, will Jonathan Kuminga be a Warrior on July 7th? And 3, will Marcus's key card work on July 7th? All right. Well, happy birthday, brother. We'll celebrate all day. Let's have a hang loose show. And people are wondering who's coming in. It's going to be a mixture. Tomorrow we get Frank Paul Santangelo. We'll talk a lot of baseball. He's been doing such a great job with Joe Rizzo on those games. And Thursday and Friday, the bright-eyed and bushy-tailed Kerry Crowley
KC
will be coming in there.
And we will finally get the showdown after Kerry Crowley shut down the Great Highway.
Well, we've already had it a little bit on air. But then again, I always think of Kerry Crowley as the guy who made Brock Purdy a hum baby, much to my mirth. I was like, wait, did you just make Brock Purdy a hum? The guy who got picked 262?
Yeah, you want to talk about the balance of good and evil. The man that made Brock Purdy a hum baby, but also shut down the Great Highway.
I still don't understand why he made Brock Purdy a hum baby that day. He's like, yeah, this guy's a hum baby. I'm like, why? He's like, oh, he got drafted with the last pick. I'm like, that's not hum baby. But he saw it as hum baby, and look at this. Look what happened.
Predicting the hum baby
Look
future.
What happened, baby. All right, well, it is June 24, Marcus's controversial Little League birthday, and we will roll on, get the guest list from Young Tone on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We're giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival on October 2nd through the 5th at Discovery Park in Sacramento. You get a chance to go see these guys. This is Coming Undone by Korn, of course. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means it's your lucky day like Marcus, and you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer Presents, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
He's feeling better. He's feeling better about himself. So, you know, we signed him for a reason. And I know to this point the offensive numbers haven't looked like what anybody expects or himself. But he's also been a second-half guy, and we've had some other guys carry the load early on. He's going to pick it up, and he's going to be one of those guys that's going to carry us throughout the rest of the season. So always has a smile on his face, always brings an infectious attitude every day that he takes the field, to be able to go through some difficult times and still, you know, have a smile on his face and be part of, you know, our attitude every day. It's commendable.
There he is, speaking into existence, Bob Melvin. He's talking about Willy Adames, who we last saw was hitting a home run in his last at-bat on Sunday as the Giants beat the Red Sox. Day off yesterday. Hope the Giants all enjoyed their off day, relaxing, fueling up, going around the city on Marcus's birthday. And oh, by the way, on the MB Boucher birthday, he gets the jukebox. So rejoins all day courtesy of the kid out of Homestead High.
Yeah, and right before the show started, I ran into Tony's studio. I unplugged the jukebox for 5 minutes, then I came back, so all of my tracks are going to the top of the rejoin list.
And we start with?
This right here is Larry June's 6 a.m. in Sausalito, because it is 6 a.m. out here in Daly City.
6:22 in Sausalito. And we're getting the real summer Daly City. I got drizzled on the brief walk from the parking garage to the door.
See, I can't do this, Murph. I can't have rain on my birthday.
On my birthday. All you got to do is drive down to your hometown where it's nice and sunny and warm, I'm sure.
It's always sunny down in Sunnyvale. Now, Murph, I don't want to be Mr. Negative Nancy on my birthday, but you brought up how yesterday was an off day for the Giants, which means it was an off day for you and I as well. So I spent my off time going down to the DMV yesterday.
Oh,
which is always fun. Especially when you're going down there to renew your car registration and also to renew your ID. And oh, guess what? They don't provide those services at the DMV. What the hell could they be offering me at the DMV if I can't renew my registration and I can't get a brand new real ID?
I'm very confused.
I walked up and there was a sign outside that said, yeah, we don't do that here. Like, what exactly do you do here then?
It's a bar, but we don't serve drinks.
Yeah, like, what is the process here? They're like, yeah, you can just do that online. I'm like, hey, buddy, my birthday's tomorrow. My ID is about to expire, which is another gripe I have. I understand why your license would expire, but my birthday doesn't expire.
Well, I just asked, where do I get a real ID? And AI told me to get a real ID in California, you need to visit a DMV office in person.
No, not the Daly City DMV.
Did you go to the right place?
I went to the Daly City DMV. It had the letters DMV on the outside.
Did you go to Royal Donuts by mistake?
I'll show you a photo, dude. I took a photo because I couldn't believe it.
Maybe you got the worst DMV employee of all time.
Dude, check this out. Not offered at the DMV.
There it is.
He actually took registration.
A picture of it.
Yeah, because it had a little QR code that I had to scan to go do online.
Not offered at DMV. Wow.
Well, what do you mean not offered?
Vehicle registration renewal scan, driver's license, ID card renewal. Yeah, you're offering. Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Jeez, what hard they do. It says go online.
Yeah, go online. Go blank yourself. Happy birthday.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is a man.
Yeah. So I wasn't happy. And also this whole idea of like my birthday doesn't expire. Like I understand like you have to renew your license, but like if you go to a bar with an expired ID, like, oh, sorry, we can't let you in. Your ID's expired. My birthday didn't expire. It still says my birthday. What do you mean? An expiration is up? Like, am I dead? Is my life over now because I don't have an ID?
You're not a real human. Remember I got mine? Didn't work at the, when you guys took me to the Cannabis Club in North Beach.
Yeah, that was quite the experience. Yeah,
Does yours still work at your Cannabis Club?
Well, I'll find out today.
All right.
I mean, that's the thing. It expires today. My life doesn't expire today, just my ID.
Hey, the rogue fugitive that is Marcus Boucher without a legit ID is roaming the streets of Daly City.
A rebel without a cause.
Young Tony guest list on a Tuesday, June 24. That's Marcus's birthday. The controversial Little League birthday. Young Tone, good morning.
Everything's online these days. Just you got to do everything online, nothing in person. It's almost annoying.
That's what I was driving in this morning, and I was listening to the 3 different shows I listened to try to steal material. And to show you what a slow sports day it was, one of the shows was doing an extended segment on some guy who had fallen in love with an AI romantic figure that he created online and was willing to leave his wife and children for it. It was a true story.
Whoa, tell him to stay away from my girl.
And then they talked about all this. And would you? And one of the guys was making an argument that there was a real appeal to this AI lover because the person is like, it doesn't sweat you, doesn't tell you freaking left a wet towel on the floor, doesn't tell you didn't take the garbage bins in and all that. And they were getting to the point where they were like, sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good.
This is getting deep.
So anyway, to your point, everything's online.
Yeah, everything.
That's wild.
Literally everything. Tony.
Oh, no, yeah. I was good. I meant to try to find the story when I got in because they were treating it like it was a news story. I mean, maybe it was like CBS Saturday Morning News or something like that. But anyway, that's what's going on out there, buddy. So maybe on your birthday, Mark, instead of going to a bar, you can create your ideal lover.
I might find
online.
an AI lover
who's not going to sweat you.
No,
not going to give you that grief. You didn't make the bed. Did you rake the leaves? I don't know.
You went to 72 Giants games last year. What are you doing?
Exactly. Who needs the sweat, Tony? So anyway, bud, it's his birthday. What do you think? Any
Happy
deep
birthday,
thoughts?
Mark is
Hey.
officially on air. Happy
Thank you,
birthday,
Tony.
brother.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you.
And then that's about it.
We celebrate tonight at the suite without Murph, huh?
Well, ironically enough, after all that bitching at Maria, I will be in a suite.
Hey.
After all that.
I forgot that we have a Giants Community Fund board meeting, and those end in suites. We do the meeting at the stadium. We try to do the good for the kids from 4:30 to like 6:15, and then we migrate over to the Bank of America suite. So,
The Bank of America suite. Is Derek Papa going to be in that one? Hey, it's Derek Papa here with Bank of America.
I hope he's our celebrity greeter. I hope he is. How was your Monday, non-sports Monday, buddy?
It was solid. I actually also had a bit of a car trouble, this time with a service department over at VW. I was going to go play golf. I wanted to play at least 9 yesterday. I was unable to do so because they're servicing my car, 50,000-mile service, regular service. But, they ran into some trouble, so they basically just delayed telling me that we had trouble until like 5 o'clock when it's too late to go play 9.
Yeah, man, that's
too late for trouble.
The man is squelching Boucher at the DMV and you at the car place.
The man will not keep us down.
I will say, in teasing the guest list, by the way, I did book a mystery guest in my spare time yesterday. So let me give you the whole rundown. Happy birthday, Marcus. Marc Spears is going to join us at 6:50. He's in New York covering the NBA draft, which is tomorrow. Duane Kuiper, 7:30. The big hit at 7:50. Cooler Content, 8:30. And then our mystery guest, Marcus, 808 KNBR, who do you think it is, at 8:50 this morning. And then, of course, Giants legend, any excuse to talk to Ryan Vogelsong, we'll just jump at that opportunity. So he's going to join us at 9:30.
So what's up with this mystery? The mystery guest. Now that's something we used to do in the OOs.
Yeah, what's up with this mysterious
when this
guest,
guy when this guy was wrestling with Little League of America over his birthday. We used to do a mystery guest. We had nothing going on. The 06, 07, 08, other than the We Believe Warriors, everybody was terrible. The Giants were terrible. The Niners were terrible. The Warriors were mostly terrible, except for, like I said, the We Believe month saved us. But we had no content. So we just had this mystery guest, and we would book various figures from Bay Area sports history. I mean, you name them. Well, there was the late, great Fred Dean was a mystery guest. The late, great Freddie Solomon was a mystery guest. On and on. I mean, Sal Bando was a mystery guest. Johnny LeMaster was a mystery guest. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know about the mystery guest.
You don't know either.
No. So, young Tone, look at you.
I don't like this.
What's going
This
on?
gives me anxiety.
Does it?
Yeah. I like to know what's going on.
Dochi? Is that how you say your name?
Somebody's watching me.
I said it wrong the other day.
It's
Somebody
young
roasted
Tony.
me on the text line for it.
Oh, not Dochi.
All right. Well, listen. And so, what non-sports, what did you do for your sports, Jones?
Oh, I kind of just did like my pre-vacation chores. Like I had the Yankee game in the background. They lost last night, but I was just folding some laundry, just kind of cleaning up the apartment a little bit because nobody wants to start their vacation with a dirty apartment.
Well, see, that's what that AI lover wouldn't tell you to do.
See, exactly.
She'd say, baby, come love me.
I know.
That's what she'd say.
I got an AI lover. Who am I trying to impress?
There's a song there, not Philip Bailey and Phil Collins' Easy Lover.
Oh, actually, on the
Philip
other
Bailey.
side, give me Zap and Roger Computer Love. I'll take that as
There
a
you go,
rejoin.
buddy. There you go. By the way, so last night, a little bit of help, I think, from the standings. Padres lost. Right? So the Giants, as they wake up today, are 44-34. They are in second place in the West, 3.5 out, 3 back in the loss column, but 2 up on San Diego in the loss column now. And now they hold the number 2 wild card by 2 over Milwaukee, St. Louis, and San Diego. Have you readied yourself for a summer of watching Brewers and Cardinals scores? That's kind of just started entering our radar here on June 24th.
Scoreboard watching this summer. I like the idea of it, Murph.
We like a good pennant race. I do want to shout out my guys. I did a podcast yesterday, a very niche podcast, Marin County Basketball. That's right.
Oh.
Marin County Basketball, which I say it's a niche, but it's a deep pool of, if you're in, you're in. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're in, and shout out to Duffy Ballard and Dave Levine, who run a podcast called Run TMC. It's all about Marin hoops. They only waited. The good news is, I thought, hey, with a guy my stature, I've achieved 20 years at KNBR, 15 years as a sports writer, proudly representing Marin, Tam Hiver. I go, they waited 91 episodes to have me on. So thank you, guys.
Number 92 was just right, Murph.
I was like, who do these guys think they are? Maria Lopez with sweet tickets?
Oh, wow. Now Maria Lopez catching ricochet shots. I'm surprised, too, because, Murph, after 91 episodes, you would think that they would know that you play some ball on the West Coast.
We play some ball on the West Coast. That's right. Thank you very much. That's a good sound. By the way, do I get your soundboard when you're gone?
Oh, that's going to be up to young Tony.
Oh, no.
To see if he wants to swing it over or not.
I don't know.
No, the gray beard gets it. Gray beard gets it. We got to have some comedy.
Yeah.
We got to have some comedy.
I can set you up with PMAC's old board, too, if you really want to get deep into the finals.
Oh, my God.
I can set you up for some fun.
Oh, my God. Okay, why not? All hell's breaking loose.
If it's kosher.
All hell's breaking loose. All right, guys. So, hey, on the other side, the Giants made a move. What does it mean? Next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Fitzgerald bunts in front of the plate, sprinting for the plate. Adames, he'll score. Narvaez picks the ball up and throws to first to get the out, but the Giants do tie the game. Safety squeeze, Tyler Fitzgerald, and he gives a high five to Adames because that was not perfect. That was pretty close to home plate, and Adames got a great break and was able to score without a play. Schmidt goes to third. Fitzgerald will get credit for the sacrifice and the RBI. It's tied at 5, and Weissert is going to be coming out with Yastrzemski coming up.
So there it is. The last time you heard Tyler Fitzgerald do something as a Giant, because Giants made a move. Tyler Fitzgerald sent down to AAA Sacramento. We can discuss, and we will discuss, before Marc Spears joins us in the next segment to talk about all things basketball as the Warriors get ready for the draft tomorrow. Actually, the Warriors don't pick till Thursday. They're stretching it out over 2 days now. Wednesday's the first round. Warriors don't have a pick. Traded it in the Jimmy Butler trade, and they'll have the 41st pick on Thursday. And you're going to hear this stat 100 times between now and Thursday. That did you know that the 41st pick was once Nikola Jokic? So go find us Jokic. Yeah, Dunleavy.
And in the middle of the draft pick, the NBA draft cut away to a Taco Bell commercial.
On Jokic?
Yeah, while Jokic was getting drafted, they were in the middle of a commercial break showing off their new Liv Moss campaign and advertisement while Jokic was selected.
Based on his body early on, there was a joke there, right?
Yeah,
like that
he's throwing down a couple chalupas, a couple cheesy gordita crunches.
The Marcus Boucher birthday rejoins continue. You want to help us out here, buddy?
Oh, Murph. Well, in honor of our riffs from last segment, we were talking about AI lovers. So this right here is Computer Love by Zapp and Roger, a song that I use for one of our 80s Fridays.
I'm liking your playlist so far, the Boucher birthday playlist. We should put this out like Spider Leland going to the board up?
The bumpless. Now, with my rules, he's allowed. But I think you do currently have to be employed at KNBR.
Okay.
So
that's
sorry,
it. So you guys...
Spider does not make the cut.
All right.
Spider will be hanging out with
Papa never ran a board?
No, Darren Papa can't run a board to save his life. Okay. Him and John Joe Curley. Something about those producers that we get from the other station. They don't teach them how to run a board.
Oh!
I don't understand.
And by the way,
I don't.
Those texting in, make sure you're texting where you know you're texting.
808 KNBR is the number.
That's like, I mean, the guy, when you text the wrong radio show, that's like you send the text to the wrong gal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you up, baby, can't, baby. I'll be over as soon as I, wait, who did you mean to send this text
What's going on here?
Let's get back to, see, with the AI lover, you don't have to worry about that.
That's it, dude. Where's my AI lover?
Well, it's right here in your ears. This Computer Love. Sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Don't forget those 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival in October 2 through 5 at Discovery Park in Sacramento. 9 a.m. hour to hear all that music. So, we heard the news, and I was a little surprised because while I understand Tyler Fitzgerald has been struggling, and he has been struggling, there right now, until Matt Chapman gets back, I thought, well, you just got to continue to kind of ride the wave and see what happens. We had talked about what can you do at second base. The easy answer is Casey Schmidt. That's your second baseman. The guy's hitting. All the metrics are great. You read all the nerds, the propeller heads. They talk about his exit velocity and his barrel rate and his chase rate and all that stuff. Everything's trending in the right direction for Casey Schmidt to have a nice offensive season. So, but here's the problem. He's got to play third base for the next several weeks until Matt Chapman comes back. So he cannot move to second base unless you're going to move him to second base and put Devers at third, but you're not going to do that.
Nope.
We already know about Devers in the groin. By the way, I just want to put this out there, and I don't mean to be negative Nelly here, but I got to be negative Nelly here. That they announced on Sunday morning he had a little bit of groin soreness.
I saw this.
Greg Papa, did you hear Papa notice something I did not? As he mentioned multiple times yesterday that he sat in the Greg O'Donnell seats, the God seats, G-O-D.
Row G, seat 4.
That he saw after Devers scored from first on the Ramos double in the 7th or 8th. Was it the 8th inning? Yesterday? I forget when they Sunday. What was the explosion in the 7th or the 8th yesterday? Or Sunday? I forget. Either way. The late inning double that Ramos hit 8th, and Devers scored from first.
Yeah, I think it was the 8th.
Was it the 8th?
I think so.
And that he said he didn't look right going back to the dugout. Then I was talking to Brad Mangin, the great Brad Mangin, who was taking pictures, and he said, dude, I have pictures of Devers crossing home plate, and he's wincing. So, again, I don't mean to be negative, Nelly. I just hope they don't show up to the park today and say that he's got a little bit of a thing.
Look, I don't need these negative updates on Rafael Devers on my birthday, Murph, all right? I don't need you to rain on my parade.
Yes.
But I did hear this story as well. Now, he was dealing with this groin injury going into the game, and he felt healthy enough to the point where he could still DH and still be out there. And that's actually one of the things that I heard back from his time in Boston, that this guy wants to be out on the field every single day. Now, obviously, that was when he was playing third base, not as a DH, which could be even more of a benefit for him moving forward. But there have been stories put out there about how he would play through a lot of injuries. So this is a tough SOB. This is a guy that wants to be out in the batter's box every day.
Okay, that's good news. Okay, so I'm just putting it out there. You know, Melvin will do his pregame, and we'll find out. Hopefully he's available to hit all series long. So anyway, back to the situation with Fitzgerald. So I'm on his Baseball Savant page, and it's a tough look. The offensive numbers, it's like one gigantic blueberry Slurpee. Oh, you know what I mean?
Oh, I do like those blueberry Slurpees.
Not when it's your offensive color code on the Baseball Savant page. You want to be a cherry Slurpee on the Baseball Savant page.
Can I throw some Coke in there?
You can.
A little cherry Coke.
In fact, there is a little bit of Coke. His fielding is kind of a Coke. When you're like in the 60, it's like a light brown.
It's a good mix. 808 KNBR, when you get a Slurpee, do you go one flavor or do you mix the flavors?
I generally mix a cherry and a Coke.
See, that's the way to go. But if I'm going blue raspberry, I go all blue raspberry.
I stay away from the blue. The color puts me off.
Really?
It doesn't look, I mean, I understand that the whole thing is unnatural. It's as unnatural as it gets, but the blue is the most unnatural.
Wow, see, that to me is the complete opposite. Like my entire life, I've just always liked blue drinks. Like blue Gatorade. Cool Blue is my favorite Gatorade.
Should I introduce you to Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert Kennedy?
Yeah, a lot of blue 40, right? Blue 80, blue 100. I don't know what those numbers are.
Blue 85.
Yeah.
Blue 85.
Yeah, thank you. There it is.
Yeah, Kennedy's going to ban that from NFL
blue
games.
85 my entire life.
We're gonna
Red 40! Red 40!
We're going to ban the quarterback signal calling. So anyway, the point is that Tyler Fitzgerald has been awful offensively, right? We know this for a fact. But what were you going to do? He can run the bases. His glove is pretty good. Well, they made a move. They set him down, and they brought up Brett Wisely over the weekend quietly when nobody was watching, when Justin Verlander went on paternity. He's back from paternity, and that's another topic we can talk about today, Justin Verlander, but he's pitching tonight. So when Verlander came back, the thought was, well, Wisely goes back down. They kept Wisely, and they sent Fitzgerald down. So I'm guessing now let's assume Matt Chapman's out, just for the purposes of this segment. Let's assume he's out until the All-Star break, as he had previously mentioned. And that's July 13th. So now you're talking about, 16 straight games where you're going to play second base with Koss or Wisely? Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, I mean, it really sounds like that's the only option right now, unless you do entertain the option of playing either Rafael Devers or even Wilmer Flores back at third. But we had Bob Melvin on last week, and he essentially doesn't want to see Wilmer anywhere in the field, if not first base. So I don't know how they're going to get both of those bats in the lineup. So it sounds like Casey Schmidt is going to be your third baseman until Matt Chapman's ready to go, which leaves you with Koss and Wisely, which I'm not really that confident right now, to be honest.
Well, that's what we're talking about here. So 808 KNBR, how you're feeling about this game plan? Because 3, 6, 10, 13, 16 straight games now, then an off day, then the Dodgers. So 19 games in the next 20 days. There's essentially no off days coming your way. Now, we've been talking and bragging about the next week of ball is favorable. 3 with Miami at home, 3 at the Chicago White Sox. Then you go to 4 to Arizona. By the way, how about Arizona? Corbin Carroll.
Dude,
broke his wrist.
Injuries are piling on. Corbin Carroll and then Corbin Burns was shut down a couple weeks ago.
2 Corbins.
Tommy John surgery.
Literally, they're probably their 2 best players,
yeah,
right?
Corbin and Corbin. Not going to be seeing the San Francisco Giants. So, yeah, they're in a tough spot right now, too.
So the Giants do finish with a pretty tough week of the Phillies and the Dodgers at home right before the All-Star break. And, again, this could be Koss and Wisely at second base. I mean, listen, does somebody step up? Did Wisely perform in AAA Sacramento to the point where they were like, this guy can come up and do it? He adds the speed element. Fitzgerald had the speed element, too. So it was a big move, and it does leave that second base. Does this also mean that maybe Isaiah Kiner Falefa is going to be here sooner rather than later?
I mean, I've heard his name sprinkled out there as a trade option, but to me, honestly, that's just picking up a utility player, which he can play anywhere on the field, but I would prefer having Casey Schmidt at second, but if you're looking for a move for the next couple weeks, I don't know if they're going to be that reactionary and can make that move right away, Murph.
Kiner Falefa right now actually is hitting 276. He's got an OPS of 673. It's not too great. His WAR is 1.1, so he's valuable, but his OPS is below average. It's an 87 plus. So he's sort of like, I don't know, just like an improved version of the Fitzgerald Wisely Koss, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, he's not gonna dazzle you, but he's also can play everywhere. Did I read he can catch? That Kiner Falefa can.
Yeah, you mentioned
catching?
that yesterday too.
I'm gonna look this up in his. Yeah, he's caught. He has caught in the big leagues,
so he can play everywhere.
Like in 2019, he caught 38 games. Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't caught in a while though. He hasn't caught since. He hasn't played catcher since 2019. But he did play. He started 31 games for the Rangers at catcher in 2019. What if he can dust it off? The guy was a Gold Glover in 2020, the pandemic year. But he has played second base, obviously. He's played all over the infield. So anyway, that's what's out there, guys. The Giants are going with Wisely and Koss at second base until further notice. One lefty, one righty.
Yeah, I was going to say real quick, too, I probably should have done some research before the show started, but I'm about to go on a 2-week vacation, so who the hell cares? Where's Marco Luciano been playing lately?
Did you see his stats?
I've seen the offensive stats. My question is, why is he not getting more playing time at second? I know the other night they put him at first. He's been in the outfield, too. Like, if you have a hole at second base, you're looking for a bat. Marco is swinging it well right now in Sacramento. That could be an option, too, down the road.
Yeah. All right, guys. We just want to catch you guys up on that. I would expect tonight against a righty, you see Brett Wisely at second base. Yeah. That's my guess. Also, we'll watch the Devers groin situation, but Marcus says he's a tough guy. He'll play through. Okay, our first guest of the day, as opposed to our mystery guest at 8:50, it's going to be Marc Spears, the great Marc Spears from ESPN. The NBA Finals is over. We have a new champion. What does it mean historically? The draft is tomorrow. The Warriors have the 41st pick. What does that mean? Drew Holiday traded to the Portland Trailblazers overnight as the Celtics sort of dismantle their salary structure and start to maybe try to get under that apron. And, of course, Kevin Durant to the Rockets. All these things to talk about next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, today is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher's 33rd birthday. He has the jukebox today. He's been playing bangers so far. This is...
We're keeping it smooth in the 6 a.m. hour. This is Roy Ayers. Everybody loves the sunshine.
Oh, yeah.
In the sunshine.
Look at you, man. We need you to DJ more things.
Everybody loves the sunshine.
Marc Spears loves the sunshine of the NBA draft. He's sponsored by Mancini's Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini's Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. He just dropped off. We'll have to reconnect. How much of your musical influence is your brother, who I know is a music producer, right?
I would say my brother has been a huge influence. He's the one that took me to Rock the Bells back in 2008 when I saw a Tribe Called Quest for my first concert, and that really put me like on the map with like underground hip hop from the 90s and early 2000s. And then I kind of just took it from there, went deeper and deeper and deeper to some of these hits from back in the 70s and 80s.
Well, Pat H., iconic KNBR listener, Pat H. says, no one at the station reps the Bay Area rap scene better than the birthday boy.
Hell yeah. Shout
Marcus
out to my
Boucher.
guy, Pat H.
All right. Shout out to our guy, Marc Spears, who's in New York for the draft, man. As somebody said on the text line here, man, no league moves on faster from its champion than the draft. Hey, Oklahoma City, enjoy it. You're done. On to the draft we go Wednesday. Drew Holiday traded to Portland. Kevin Durant to the Rockets. A lot going on. Marc Spears on the UMA guest line. Marc, good morning, brother. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Mark.
Man, I'm impressed. Roy Ayers, huh? Okay.
Yeah, this was my personal choice, Mark.
What you know about that,
everybody
man?
loves a little sunshine, right?
I'm impressed, man. I thought you was like 25.
Wait, say that again? You dropped off?
He thought I was 25.
Oh, okay. I got you. I couldn't hear you.
No, I'm well into my 30s, Mark.
Yeah. No, Marcus has good. Marcus's brother does a little music producing down in the South Bay, and Marcus has a good ear. He's got his ear to the ground, especially on the Bay Area sort of lesser known rap scene. So Marcus was on La Russell months before La Russell kind of came to come to us. Yeah.
We were just talking behind the scenes with young Tony about how Larry June actually sampled Everybody Loves the Sunshine in one of his tracks to tie it all together, Mark. So a little Bay Area love out here.
All right, I'm impressed.
Thank you, Mark.
There you go, buddy. We started off with an impressive.
We got to get you on the Mr. Fab podcast.
Oh, I'd be down for that too.
There you go, buddy.
Get me on that yellow bus.
Oh, man. All right, man. Well, listen, let's start. There's so many different things. Let's start with the champs. We got to do a little NBA history. I want Marc Spears to place the Oklahoma City Thunder's championship into proper historical perspective, because I'm going to give you just a couple of threads here. Number one, it is the 7th consecutive different NBA champion, which I believe is the longest stretch since ... whenever. It's a long time. And then number two, SGA, doing the things that only Michael Jordan, Lou Alcindor / Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Shaquille O'Neal have done. What's the big historical takeaway from the Thunder?
You know, I wanted to get excited about the Nuggets 2 years ago, and I wanted to get excited about the Celtics last year, and I want to get excited about the Thunder, but I need to see this Thunder repeat. You know, it's amazing the parity in the NBA right now that you've had a different champion for the last 7 years, and I think that's a great, great thing. And the Western Conference continues to get better, and health always seems to, rear its ugly head in this league. But I think what does impress me about this Thunder is they only average 25 years in age. And to do that at that young of an age is incredible. To me, that's the biggest takeaway about that team, and perhaps the biggest reason to feel optimism that they can potentially repeat is that they are so young. So they've gotten over the hill. They've won the championship. They have confidence that they could do it because they have done it. And so, I mean, I have probably, especially with some of the injuries in the league right now and how it affect teams, I think they do have certainly the ability to repeat because I think they'll be better next season. And Sam Presti will look at the roster and some of the weaknesses that they do have and know what to make them even better than they were as a champion.
Yeah, Mark, to your point, OKC became the second youngest team only behind the 1977 Trailblazers to win the NBA Finals. So I wanted to ask you about the 2015 Warriors, who had an average age of 26 years old. Do you see any similarities between the 2025 OKC team and the 2015 Warriors?
Yeah, I do. I mean, you know, obviously they had a couple young stars like Steph, Clay, Draymond, young guys growing, and they did it probably earlier than expected. They both had, I think, great, you know, confidence in themselves and faced adversity the year before. Because I believe the year before, correct me if I'm wrong, that's when the Warriors lost to, like, the Clippers, right? In the Donald Sterling series.
Yes.
So, you know, and last year the Thunder had a really, really disappointing ending, you know, losing in the second round. So I think they learned a lot from it. So I do think that both these teams, man, are there's a lot of promise with the Thunder like they were with those Warriors. I just think the Thunder need to do a better job of, like, you know, continuing to put the foot on the gas because now they're a target. That's going to be new for them next season. But, I mean, them being so young, man, they're only going to get better. Like, the one guy, I know J-Dub is going to get better. We already know Shea's a star. But the one guy I think is going to be scary going forward is Chet Holmgren. I really think Chet has not even closely reached his potential yet. And he has all-star potential. So as he, you know, takes his game to a higher level, I think it would even make it easier for Shea and J-Dub to succeed.
We talk about how young this team is and how much potential they have, even up to Chet Holmgren. Does it make, like, if we just clear away the smoke and the fog and just look at the Warriors through neutral eyes, not through our Homer Bay Area eyes, are the Warriors absurd for trying to trot out these old bodies? They're trying to go with Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, and they're going to be 1 year older. And we're just talking about how young everybody is. Are the Warriors, is this crazy?
No, I mean, but who are they putting around them? Question. You know, I still believe in the talent of all three of those guys. But who are they putting around them? Is Kuminga going to be back? Are they finally going to get some size? You know, when you look at those Warriors teams that you mentioned years ago that had success, they also had size. They had Andrew Bogut, right? He was backed up by Festus Ezeli and Maurice Spates. They had size. And to me, that one thing that this team has been, you know, sorely lacking, has been quite confusing to me, is a lack of size. And then I think in turn that makes it more difficult, you know, for Draymond to be successful and stay healthy because he's constantly having to guard bigger players than him. Now, he could be successful in stretches and maybe at the, you know, end of the fourth quarter, you put him on some of the, you know, bigger stars in the league just because he's so good defensively. But to have him ask him to do that for most of the game, I think will certainly be to his detriment and his body's detriment. So the Warriors have the core to be a championship contending team. I just don't think they have the supporting cast to do that right now. And let's see what happens this summer.
And now the team that the Warriors beat in the playoffs earlier this year, the Houston Rockets, have now added Kevin Durant. So, Mark, what was your breakdown of the Kevin Durant trade and it being announced before Game 7 on Sunday morning?
Very interesting. The Rockets are even scarier now. I mean, they didn't really they gave up a great player, Jalen Green, but they'll make up for it. I think Amen Thompson, the Oakland kid, is going to be a superstar, all-star to be. I really, really like how their team is coached. The combination of vets and young players. That conference. What's the division? The South. What do they call that division?
Wait, you mean like
NBA that they're in?
The division, the Southwest? I don't know. What is it?
The Southwest Division, right?
Not the divisions in NBA.
You got the Spurs, Dallas, OKC. Like, you should put that banner up. That's a tough title to win. That division is a scary, scary division. But I do think that Dallas with Kyrie is capable of pushing, with Cooper Flag pushing Oklahoma City, and so will the Houston Rockets. And let's see what the Spurs got a number 2 pick. Let's see if they keep them. Sounds like they are, but I mean, if Wemby is healthy, I think they could push Oklahoma City as well. The West is scarier and getting better and better.
Southwest Division: Houston, Memphis, Dallas, San Antonio, New Orleans. There it is, man. You won your Jeopardy game.
So is Oklahoma City not in that division?
No, OKC is in the Northwest Division with Denver, Minnesota, Portland, and Utah. We just learned something today as a group, didn't we? Holy moly, yeah.
Well, then everything I said don't make sense.
Division either. Well, NBA division takes are hot takes for sure. By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus media station. So many things to get to, but you're right about Durant and Houston and all that good stuff. But there's so many different headlines to get to. I feel like I was just kind of bopping around with you, playing sort of grab bag. But the Tyrese Halliburton story I wanted to revisit with you because he wrote this very heartfelt thing on social media. Said he'd do it again. He'd go out there again and all that. And I don't know if you have a theory. Is it just coincidence that Dame Lillard, Jason Tatum, and Tyrese Halliburton blew out their Achilles? People are coming up with theories. Also, just your theory on how the Pacers came one game shy of one of the great runs in NBA history, and then Halliburton now out for a year and writing these words, these heartfelt words on social media. What's your reaction?
No, ain't no theory. They were hurt and they put themselves in jeopardy. I don't think such was the case for Tatum, right? But Damian Lillard was hurt, and but he put his body on the line and lost. And I talked to Halliburton's dad in detail, and his son knew the risk, and he knew the reward, and the reward to him, potential championship. Being a legend, which I think he already is anyway, outran the risk. And so, but to me, I get it, but was it worth it for the GM and the president to allow him to play? I mean, to me, that's where you sit down with the owner, you guys sit down collectively and make a decision without him. A player is always going to say yes. But, I kind of put I don't think the owner and the front office should get a pass on this. Like, to me, he shouldn't have played.
You say no.
I think if there was just too much at risk. I get it. You want to win a championship. But now, like, when you see what happens, do you feel good about it? And you didn't win it. So, I think, but ultimately Tyrese probably would have kept fighting them. I wonder what the behind the scenes, conversation was truly like, right? Like, did they want him to play, or did they tell him not to play and he pushed against it? Like, that's going to be a question that's going to linger. And while the players and the Pacers are not doing exit meetings with the media, I think the front office and the coach will. Rick Carlisle did not talk about Tyrese in detail after the last game. But that's, one thing I think the Pacers front office has to answer. Like, were they okay? Did they? I mean, come on, man. They knew the risks. They also knew the reward, and they were willing to put Tyrese out there in that situation, and it cost them.
Few more minutes here with Marc Spears on the UMA guest line. And Mark, with the NBA season wrapping up and the NBA draft tomorrow, what's going to happen with Jonathan Kuminga this summer?
Well, I mean, I think ultimately he has to find one team that loves him. If he's, and that's all he needs. It's just one team to love him and make an offer that the Warriors can refuse. But right now, it's time will tell. And, is a team willing to give them something that the Warriors won't match? I know Joe Lacob certainly wants him to be there, and he's saying the right things. And the fact that you saw Kuminga sitting next to him at the first Valkyries game, I think, made a statement as well. But, I mean, it all sounds good until a team puts an actual offer sheet on the table and, with likely poison pills in there, to see if the Warriors will want to match it. And so, I mean, if I'm a young team with some salary cap space, especially in a smaller market where it's hard for me to get free agents, I'm throwing money at Kuminga. I'm trying to get him away from Golden State. So that's the thing. All it takes, keep in mind, there's 29 other teams. It just takes one team to say, hey, we're going to roll the dice on this kid. Who's what, 23, 24?
He's 22.
22. That to me is a great gamble to take. I like the potential, reward with that. So just let's wait and see. I mean, the cream will come up probably next week. But again, all it takes is one team to fall in love with him and try to give him something that the Warriors can refuse.
And just kind of as we said, we're going around the NBA. Just the Celtics trading Drew Holiday. I didn't know they were going to dismantle their salary. So what are we doing? The Celtics window over already?
No. But they're moving. That's a good question. I don't know that I can answer it now.
Yeah.
I got to see. Obviously Tatum's not playing next season, but I do know that there's been expectations that they're going to start moving some salary out. So how about it's TBD?
Yeah, I mean, with Halliburton down for the Pacers and the Celtics, Tatum out, trading Drew Holiday. I'm reading Kawakami's column. He says Porzingis might be moved. The Warriors might be interested.
Yeah.
The Knicks, this is the time
I
for the
think
Knicks.
Everybody. Yeah. No, keep an eye on them. I mean, I've heard a lot of names, even Jaylen Brown as somebody that could potentially.
Derek White?
Not that he would. Yeah, I've heard Derek White. I mean, obviously Tatum's never going anywhere, and their star reserve guard's not going anywhere. But no, keep an eye on the Celtics with their new ownership, potentially making some changes.
That's the big deal, the new owners. Finally, man, there's so many interesting little storylines we've hit. We just sort of touched on 6 of them. But Cooper Flagg. Is this guy the most exciting number one prospect? I guess Wembanyama was pretty exciting just a couple years ago, so maybe it's not too long ago. But that level of player.
Yes, I saw him last summer playing against USA Basketball Olympic team. He was not scared. He was probably in terms of the development squad. I mean, the junior squad, I guess you could say, that included young NBA players. He was the best player there. He wants to get better. He has a great basketball IQ. I think he's going to be a stud. I think he's going to be a superstar. And I think the only thing that kind of sucks is the NBA has the finals in so close to the draft that, the buzz with the draft won't start till today. So I don't feel like he's getting the attention he deserves. But hopefully today and tomorrow, all that changes.
Man, joining Dallas.
He's gonna be the real deal.
You got Clay's got a new buddy, Cooper Flagg.
Yes, sir.
He's gonna be taking him out on the boat. That'll be fun. All right, like I said, so many different things, man. Durant, Drew Holiday, the Warriors, the Cooper Flag, Halliburton, the Thunder, a lot of stuff going on. So always good to catch up, man, and enjoy New York. Wait, it's not in Secaucus anymore, right?
No, it's in Brooklyn.
Yeah, it's in Brooklyn. All right. Would you rather it was at the Garden in Manhattan?
No, I'm fine.
Really? Okay. Man, the Nets, remember they built that when they moved from New Jersey to Brooklyn? It was supposed to be cool and hip and happening, and then all of a sudden the Brooklyn Nets they're not cool and hip and happening.
Yeah, I mean, but Brooklyn does a good job. I have to have some reason to go to their arena every year, right?
Yeah, I know, right? Seriously. All right, man. Enjoy Brooklyn, and thanks for the time. We'll be reading you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
All right, take care.
There he is, Marc Spears. Impressed with the birthday boy Marcus Boucher's rap playlist. Roy Ayers / Larry June.
Yeah.
All good.
Little mix of rap and R&B this morning.
He's right. People aren't talking a lot of Cooper Flag because all this other stuff's been going on, whether it's Halliburton or – and we didn't really talk a ton about it because we were so Devers obsessed. But did Halliburton make the right move, risking his livelihood for one shining moment?
I mean, that's why you play the game, right?
Yeah.
Game 7, you got to go out there.
It's interesting. Spears said no. He would have sat him.
Yeah, I disagree. I mean, I don't think you would be able to keep Tyrese Halliburton off the court.
Steph sat out the Warriors playoff series.
Not for Game 7, though.
No.
Yeah.
But he did. I mean, they got eliminated. And who knows? I mean, every case is different.
Kevin Durant came back towards Achilles. That was Game 5, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time. The Warriors were down 3-1 at that time, weren't they? Yeah.
I still had a feeling that they were going to come back and win.
Well, if they won Game 5 and got it back to Toronto.
Yeah, exactly. But then KD went down.
You get one shot in Toronto and then bring it back to Oracle, where they lost a Game 7 to Cleveland. How about that? We didn't even talk about that. It was the first Game 7 since 2016. I was like, yeah, we can move along.
Yeah, must
There's
have
nothing to
forgot
see
about
here.
it. Let's talk about the 2015 Warriors and those comps to OKC.
Yeah, didn't Ramos just double in 2? We're good. We're good.
Yeah, Rafael Devers. Ever heard of him?
Right. So speaking of which, Rafael Devers, Duane Kuiper at 7:30. Later on today, Ryan Vogelsong. Always great to catch up with Vogie. Talk about these great Giants pitchers he goes and sees. And then a mystery guest at 8:50. I don't even know who it is. What's going on The Sports Leader?
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, bright and early on a Tuesday morning, we got our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, you want to talk to the people out there. What about if they have unfiled tax returns, right?
They should call us. The number one reason people don't file returns is just a plain old simple, didn't have the money to pay it, so they didn't file the first year. Then the second year rolls around, and they say, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1, and by the way, they still don't have the money? Or their bookkeeping is a mess, or they have some receipts in the trash bag in the garage, or they don't. No problem. We have a bookkeeping department. Or you don't have your receipts. There's things called substitute evidence. There's all kinds of things. There's solutions to all this. But don't stick your head in the sand. Don't wait for some IRS agent to come knocking on your door, ruin your life, your business, your marriage. It just doesn't have to be. We have so much experience with this. We have free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to, we'll do everything for you. You won't have to deal with the IRS. We'll do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is just give us a call and say, hey, Steve, take care of my mess for me.
That's it. Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Have 4 more hits, playing great defense. You know, even playing with a little bit of a bum ankle. It's been great to see. Hitting the ball the other way, pulling the ball. You know, gets into a 3-run count, looking for a fastball. Does some damage with it to the pull side. Seeing the ball really well right now. I mean, since he's gotten an opportunity to play. I mean, what's he hitting? 286 now. Yeah.
There it is. That's Bob Melvin on Casey Schmidt getting you all ready for tonight's Giants-Marlins game. Giants-Marlins 3 games, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday afternoon. Then the Giants go off to the south side of Chicago to take on the White Sox. Stuff we'll talk about with Duane Kuiper at 7:30. But if you're just joining us, good morning. I'm Brian Murphy. If you're watching us on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, I'm the guy with the gray all over the hair and the beard. To my right, or I guess if you're looking at YouTube, to the left of the screen.
Yeah, that would be the left.
The handsome, non-gray, and birthday boy, Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Water Boy, a.k.a. the Water Bug.
That's me.
A.k.a. El Chico de Agua. 33 today. I had to bring him down and tell him that's the year they got JC, buddy.
Yeah, dude. It's a tough year for me and JC. What would WB do?
Great 33s ever. First one that jumps to mind, Roger Craig, of course, great 49er. High step in his way through backfields, through defensive backfields. The other one that haunted me was Tony Dorsett when I was growing up. I hated him and because he was a cowboy, and he was good. Who's your 33?
First one I think of off the top of my head would have to be Larry Legend, Larry Bird.
Okay.
Right?
I'll take that 1,000 times out of 1,000.
Yeah, I'll take that because last year was my Shaq year. I recognize Shaquille O'Neal as number 32 in my brain. So, yeah, this will be my Larry Bird year as I'm celebrating the 3rd year anniversary of my 30th birthday.
You and I both know from last week, noted Larry Bird fan, Barry Bonds.
Barry Bonds is a big fan of Larry Bird. And more specifically, his trash talk, too.
Yeah, you like that.
He was a fan.
Anyway, and by the way, the birthday rejoins provided to you by Marcus, and that was, my friend?
That right there was Watering My Plants by Larry June after we played Everybody Loves the Sunshine by Roy Ayers, excuse me. We played the actual sample with Larry June right there.
510 says 33, Lou Alcindor at UCLA, and then on to be Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, right? And then, of course, A's fans chirping up Jose Canseco.
It's my Jose Canseco year.
All right.
Happy birthday to everybody except Alex Rodriguez.
I just used him in the Immaculate Grid the other day as a pitcher who's pitched an MVP who's pitched a minimum of 1 game. So you're like, oh, you got Willie Hernandez, Dennis Eckersley. I was like, no, I got to think of an MVP player who's pitched, and I was racking my brain. I was like, Canseco.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's obscure.
Yeah. Not that obscure. He pitched a lot, actually.
It's
obscure that he won MVP.
Albert Pujols would be my answer.
Did he pitch?
Yeah, he pitched a couple times.
That's a good one.
Got on the bump.
That's a very good one. I need you around for my Immaculate Grid.
The machine.
Okay, so we have a couple minutes here, and we were like talking about, it's a Tuesday morning, Giants today. We got to talk about Verlander at some point. It seems like Giants fans lost faith in Verlander in that last start. We can talk to Duane Kuiper about all that and Devers and all that good stuff. And then we just talked to Marc Spears about all those lots of NBA threads out there, whether it's the Celtics shedding salary, trading Drew Holiday, or the Rockets getting better with Kevin Durant, or whether it's the Warriors staring at the 41st pick and kind of going, well, see if we can find another Draymond Green, Quentin Post, Trace Jackson Davis in the second round. But you told me Brandon Aiyuk was back in the news.
Yes.
So we can spend a
Murph.
couple minutes on this, buddy. I got to tell you, I saw this all yesterday, and I was like, I'm at the point in my life, I don't really have time for this. I really don't have time for this. Do you want to catch the people up here, buddy?
Well, I would actually prefer if you caught the people up because I like it whenever Murph puts on his detective hat and tries to decipher what the hell Brandon Aiyuk is talking about on social media.
Okay, so I don't even know what spurred this. Was he responding to somebody?
No, this is like a YouTube chat. Like, this wasn't like Twitter or Instagram or anything. People said he posted this on his YouTube channel.
Okay, so I'm looking it up to get the exact quote here for you guys. So Brandon Aiyuk, we know, is rehabbing. Expected to be back when? I'm not even sure when he's expected to be back, guys.
I don't think anybody really knows.
So, by the way, I just tried to look up Brandon Aiyuk twin, and the one that came up was the one from 2024 when he said to Mike Tomlin, "People are saying we're twins, coach. What do you think?"
Twins.
Dude, remember, that's the kind of nonsense we've been dealing with since March of 24.
Knows
That's my banger, though.
Yeah.
That's do you want to play that for your birthday
that's
banger?
a good song,
we
too.
can do that for sure. Okay, so I got to try to find the one now. It's about Percocets.
Yeah, Percocet.
It's
Molly
weird.
Percocet.
So, again, I don't know the exact context of this. So he says, quote, so he's responding to the trade rumors from last year. Okay? From last
year. Why are you bringing up all this?
Year. It says here, quote, and so he says, quote, yesterday, quote, they was talking about, puts the apostrophe, they was talking about trading me while I was off Percocets, comma, muscle relaxers, comma, and peeing in a cup by my bed, exclamation point. Couldn't walk for 10 weeks, period. Ain't nobody trading for me. So I don't know. Is this him being mad at the 49ers? Is he mad at the trade rumors? Is he just saying, man, I was so banged up, nobody was going to come get me? Is he reflecting on how far he's come since this? I don't know what's going on.
I was trying to decipher this as well. Is this him saying if they weren't going to trade me after I had surgery, they're not going to trade me now? Or is it him responding to the rumors and reports that they were answering phone calls for him around the draft? Is he upset? Is he wearing the right color shorts to practice? I don't know. There's a lot of questions with Brandon Aiyuk.
I just, yeah. Again, I got no time for this. I got no take for you because I got no time for this.
Can we just get back to the gas tanks being full of premium and the kids jumping on the trampoline and
can we just get
life
back,
being good?
Get him back on the field.
Yeah,
because
can we
to be
just get back to
honest,
football?
His performance in the first few weeks of last season was not outstanding. You know what I mean?
No, you're not wrong at all.
All right, listen, we got Duane Kuiper coming up. So that's my hot Brandon Aiyuk take is I don't have time for this.
Actually, someone on the text line said they were able to decipher Brandon Ayuk's message yesterday and said,
only God knows.
Only God can decipher his text.
Hey, shut up, Brian Wilson. God only knows. Looks like one last thing before this segment's done. We have a phone call for Marcus's birthday. It's from the iconic KNBR caller, the Mexican-American Dream.
Oh, let's go.
He's calling from parts unknown.
This is a dream come true.
Mexican-American Dream, you are on with Murph and Marcus. Good morning.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Good morning, baby. Good morning, fellas. I just wanted to say, first and foremost, happy birthday, water boy. Happy birthday, baby. You're still a young man, baby. Don't waste your time with the nonsense. I see that you have a very refined and respectable musical palette. I say put a little dose of Shuggy Otis in there, and you'll be having nice things, baby. Happy birthday to you. So glad to see you with us yet another year. But actually, this call is for you, young Tony. I see you hiding over there in the back. Last time I called, it was business, but this time it's personal, baby. I saw Walter Ikabakita this past weekend, and he reminded me that young Tony's 4th of July holiday spectacular is still...
Oh, Tony cut him off.
Whoa,
he dumped him.
Yeah, we got to get out, guys. Sorry about
the
this.
Mexican-American Dream was on
I run the board here, all right, everybody?
Oh, Tony dropping the hammer.
Man.
Oh.
Mexican-American Dream, you've been censored.
Come on. He was leaking those details about the 4th of July party.
What's going on here? Come on.
There's nothing going on.
It's called content, buddy. Come on, man. It's
nothing going on.
Hey, Cole, put Mexican-American Dream back on. Where is he? Get Mexican-American Dream back on.
I don't know if it works like that.
Come on, buddy. Come on, kid. Come on. Put him back. Come on. Put him back.
No, what do you mean, dude? No. I run the board. What do you
Tony
mean?
is defiant.
What's going? Can you?
Wow.
What's more confusing, the Brandon Aiyuk tweet or this? What's going on?
Mexican American Dream did turn heel last time.
What was he
going to
say that was so offensive to you? What was he
Doesn't matter. That's all I know.
Oh my God!
Wow, Tony dropped the hammer.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna have to turn into dirty work
Can
to
you
find out.
Can you?
It's
fill
an
me in on
inside
some of
job.
these?
He's calling in because Dirty Work probably told him to call in.
Well, he mentioned Walter though. Walter has nothing to do with Dirty
Walter
Work.
Cabaseta saw him this weekend,
Walter's
and he
the
reminded
midday
me
producer.
of the 4th of July birthday party, which has been an ongoing bit for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And I think young Tony's over the bit.
Hey, Mexican American Dream, buddy. I support you. Send it in on several texts, and we'll read it at 415-808-5627.
Send it in, baby.
Send it in like a ransom note over the text line.
Don't
and I'll
worry,
read it.
Mexican American Dream. I'll go in there and I'll slap young Tony with a whole wheat
I have to
tortilla.
just tell you, we got to get to Kuip. I know, but there's a whole world with you kids that I don't even know about.
This is
like
true.
there's this whole world. I leave the office and I let the kids do their thing, like go to the suite tonight. All right, Duane Kuiper next on the Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kuip on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. It is Marcus Boucher's birthday. It's our special day. Gave him a bottle of Jameson. Can I hold this up on the air? Is that a free plug?
Of course you can.
Is that payola plugola?
Well, Murph, it's not only my birthday, but we have to give a belated birthday message to Duane Kuiper, who just celebrated his birthday a couple days ago.
You guys are a couple of June babies. All right, on the Yuma guest line, 5 days late, we say happy birthday to Duane. And 5 days later, today, we say happy birthday to Marcus. So a lot of birthdays, Duane. Good morning.
Hey.
How are you?
Morning, Kuip.
Hey, listen, I came in listening to, well, yeah, happy birthday, Marcus.
Thank you, Kuiper.
But I came in listening to the board ops and the suites and everything else.
Yeah.
And now I'm 4 minutes late. What's going on?
All right, that's the second time in a row now. All right.
Bad housekeeping by us, Kuiper.
Yep, that's it. I mean, that's on us. There's no question.
I think this suite thing is going to everybody's head.
Well, no, the other thing was the guy who called in about Tony's 4th of July party that caused problems. So, yeah, and what can we say? It's sloppy.
All right, well, let's turn this around and let's just have a great week. I thought last week was a lot of fun.
How about that? We haven't talked to you since when the Devers trade was. I'm trying to think. The Devers press
Sunday.
conference was Tuesday. So we haven't talked to you since the press conference. So we haven't talked to you since everything. His press conference, 6 games of baseball, the Red Sox, etc. So if somebody was away out of town for a week and said, "Hey, Duane, how's the first week with Rafael Devers?" What's your answer in terms of everything on and off the field?
Well, I mean, I think he did great in everything that he did. I think the press conference, I think some people maybe wanted to see a few more fireworks, but that wasn't going to happen. Everybody was going to be on their best behavior. And I thought he did a good job. But I do think the first week for him probably was a little more unusual and a little more stressful than what he's been through. That's why I think starting tonight, it's not that you're going to see a different guy. You're just going to see a much more relaxed player. I mean, he's got 3 days against the Guardians, and it's his first 3 home games in a Giants uniform. And then he's got the Red Sox coming in. So, that's always going to be stressful, and I'm sure he's glad it's over with. We saw what he can do with the bat. We saw the effect that he has when he gets into the batter's box. And, 40,000 people, they pay attention. And it really is Bonds-like when he comes up. So it's great. I thought the week was successful. I think 4-2 would have been a little nicer. But given the fact that they had to win the last 2 games to go 3-3, now you got to say it was at least a moderate success.
From Rafael Devers' perspective, do you think that maybe it was a good thing to face off against the Boston Red Sox so early into his Giants career so that he can kind of get it over with and move on?
No, you know what, Marcus? I don't know. I mean, maybe 3 months from now, it's not that big a deal. I mean, we're talking about a really fresh wound that wasn't going to heal, if the Red Sox came into town. So I think it probably, for him, it would have been better if they came in later.
Well, he hit a home run against him, and then he got the knock on Sunday. So, it's done. Melvin had a quote saying, I think there's guys on their side that are glad it's over, and there's guys on our side that are glad it's over. So it's over. So for the foreseeable future now, going forward, I did hear he had a little groin soreness, and somebody said he saw him wincing a little bit, crossing home plate, scoring from first base. No time in the field anytime soon, I'm guessing, Kuiper, strictly DH?
Yeah, I would say that, I mean, who knows? Maybe you're looking at 2 weeks, maybe you're looking at a month. But they're not going to let him embarrass himself at first. And although, there's always that thought that you can put anybody over at first, it's really not true. At some point, you're going to get stuck with some tough plays, whether it be cutoffs or bunt plays or relays. And that's where it comes out, whether you're ready to play that spot or not. But if you can play third, you can play first. You just can't play first right away. You got to work at it, and that's what he's in the process of doing. I mean, he's had Will Clark in town. He's got JT Snow a phone call away. He's got Matt Williams, who was fabulous at third, and he can teach you a little bit at first. So he's going to be well taken care of. I mean, Mark Hallberg is infielder. Ron Wotus is there all the time. So he's got plenty of people to help him. He just needs reps.
Yeah, we had Bob Melvin on our show last week, and he said that he does not plan to have him play third base while Matt Chapman is injured, which means it's Casey Schmidt's job for the foreseeable future, which brings up the question about the future of second base, if Casey will eventually move over there. But, Kuip, what do you think the plan will be now since Tyler Fitzgerald has been optioned down?
Yeah, Schmidt will be at second. And, that'll happen as soon as Matt Chapman comes back, which, we hope. It's not going to probably be in Arizona, but it could be when the team is in Sacramento, at least.
Oh, that's soon.
That's my hope.
Oh, okay.
That's my hope. His hope is to play tonight, but that's not possible. So, and whenever that happens, Chapman will be your second base, or Schmidt will be your second baseman.
Wow. That's a big move. It's the one we didn't anticipate going into the season for sure. And I guess sort of I have a two-part question. The first part is, in the meantime, though, Wisely and Koss, and your comment on, that the Giants, Melvin and Zach Manassian and Buster Posey decided Wisely and Koss is a better option than Tyler Fitzgerald, huh?
Well, I don't think it's that, Murph, as much as we've seen enough of Fitzgerald right now to know that he needs to go somewhere and get his confidence back. This is a level, the major league level, where at any given time your confidence can go right in the toilet, and then you got to get it back. And he has scuffled now for a while to get it back, and sometimes you just need a break. So your options are Koss and Wisely. You play him left-handed, right-handed. And you go from there until Chapman comes back.
So they're
two pretty good options.
Yeah,
they're pretty good major league players.
I mean, obviously they each bring a little bit to the table too: speed, glove. So then the other part is getting back to what you're saying and stuff we were just kind of speculating about. But your firm belief is that when Chapman comes back, Schmidt goes to second. And I was saying how that's totally we couldn't have predicted that in spring training. That's a pretty good infield now, like bat wise. Like all of a sudden, Chapman, Adames, and Schmidt. Now you're getting both of those bats in there, and then at first base you could go Dom Smith, you could go Flores, you could go Devers. I mean, how do you think that changes the complexion of this lineup?
Well, I mean, Schmidt is now showing signs that the more he plays, the better he's at the plate, and maybe that's the way it's been with him. It's just that he hasn't really been given the opportunity because of the players that are in front of him. Injuries sometimes will open up the door for a guy, and then he could really show what he can do because he's going to play for a while, and that's really what's happened with Schmidt. Schmidt's a good enough athlete, and his feet are good enough where he can move over and play second base. He's going to be big to play that position, but, we've seen big guys play it. Kenton was not a little guy, and he moved around very, very well. So I don't think second base is going to be a problem for Schmidt. But right now, it's just like keep playing third and don't worry about second until you have to worry about it. Once you start to worry about too many things, then this game is hard enough the way it is. But I do agree with you. The lineup is definitely going to get stronger. Obviously, when Chapman gets back, and if Schmidt keeps swinging it like he has, now you don't get to the bottom of the order as fast. Mm-hmm. And we've seen what the bottom of the order can do from other teams. It'd be fun if the Giants' bottom of the order could tack on some runs and help this Giants team win some games.
Yeah, and it'd be great to get some runs tonight for Justin Verlander, who's back on the bump. I don't know, Kuip. Is tonight finally the night Justin Verlander will get his first win in a Giants uniform?
Absolutely. He's going to throw a no-hitter, and it'll be great.
Oh, that's cool. I'm going.
Bookie.
I'm going.
The problem is Marcus is everybody feels it.
Mm-hmm.
You feel it. I feel it. The fans feel it. His infielders feel it. The hitters feel it. And it doesn't make it any easier. That's the problem. So, it needs to happen so that everybody can stop worrying about it because they just really want to get this guy a win. So that's probably the last I'm going to talk about it until it happens.
Okay, I agree with you though. It's become a thing now. It's like a sensitive family topic at the dinner table. Nobody wants to talk about. Like, get this guy a freaking win. So hopefully it does happen tonight for sure. But we are getting closer and closer, Kuiper, since we only talk to you weekly, to the All-Star game. And so now I think we're within range. We can start spitballing. And I remember early on, I thought Jung-Hoo Lee was like a lock, and that's faded, obviously. Other guys surged. Elliot Ramos is in the conversation for his second straight. That would be kind of wild. 2 straight after going so long without an outfielder. And then Logan Webb is doing his thing. You got relievers. Guys like Randy Rodriguez are out there. I don't know. You're spitballing here. The Giants have, I think, the 5th best record in the National League, so they should get a little respect from the voters, maybe more than one player. What's your hierarchy?
Well, they haven't really lit it up offensively where one guy's going to stand up. Well, one guy does. I mean, Ramos stands out because he's out there every day, and his numbers are good. I mean, the Giants are where they're at because of their pitching. And I agree with you. I mean, why wouldn't Robbie Ray be considered? Obviously, Logan Webb. And then I've got a soft spot for Tyler Rogers. Who's been better than Tyler Rogers?
Yeah.
Randy Rodriguez is got the great numbers, and his ERA isn't even at 1. But I don't know if he's had as many appearances as Rogers. He's used now late. Randy is, and in all honesty, I don't think the Giants really want him to. I mean, he's a little guy that you got to watch his innings, and but he does deserve definitely to get some considerations. But the guy I would love to see get picked to go would be Tyler Rogers. I mean, look, for the longest time, this organization, they didn't even pay attention to him in the minor leagues. It was like, what? What's his fastball? 88? Huh? 87? Yeah. And he just got passed by and passed by and passed by. And finally, at 27 years old, he gets a shot, and now look what he's doing. He's pitching the 8th inning, and he's pitching it almost every day. And he gets the fastest outs and the weirdest outs, and he gives up the weirdest hits of anybody in the game. And maybe that alone, he should go to the All-Star game.
I think, by the way, it's a great call in the sense that, first of all, his numbers are crazy good. And second of all, reward a great story. And third of all, I would love to see him face the best. Just like 3. We see him face the best a lot, but it would just be really fun to see him on a national stage. There'd be a lot of people who don't follow the Giants who'd be like, who's this guy?
Yeah, and I think the opposition now knows him well enough where when they know he's coming in, the hitters are like, I'd rather face Kenley Jansen or Aldis Chapman than face this guy, just because it's just an unusual onslaught where it comes out of.
It's kind of wild, Kuiper, that they haven't, after so many appearances, they just haven't figured him out. They haven't cracked him.
Yeah, and look, if a team is going to get him, it's going to be a team in the West, right? Because he faces these guys a lot.
Yeah.
The Red Sox come into town, and they've never seen him. The White Sox or all the teams in the interleague, they haven't seen him very much or at all. But he even has great success against guys that he's faced a lot. Every once in a while, when we look at the guys that he has to face and what their numbers are historically, every once in a while there's someone that has really, really good numbers against him. But it's odd when it pops up. But there are a couple of guys. I can't think of who they are. I want to say Tatis is one of them, or Machado. But if somebody's going to have a little ownage on him, it's going to be from the West.
Yeah, but man, oh man, I think it's a fun idea. So we'll see. The next couple of weeks may determine some of it. So, by the way, this last one is.
By the way, did you see I just saw it this morning, the Corbin Carroll injury?
Yeah, we talked about it earlier today. The 2 Corbins down for the Diamondbacks, Corbin Burns and Corbin Carroll. And the Giants are going there next week, right? So
Corbin Carroll, yeah, with what is he? He got hit by a pitch on his wrist.
Yeah. I mean, that's tough.
It's such a great example of how guys get pissed off when they get hit in the hands or the wrist.
I can only imagine.
We saw Wilmer against the Guardians get hit on the hand, and he just came out of the box and slammed his helmet down. And look, he's not mad at the pitcher. He's just mad that he got hit in the wrist. So that's what happens a lot of times where you get hit in that area, and there's so many little bones that, you know what, it can happen. So anyway, I feel bad for Corbin Burns. He's a good player. He's a great player.
That's really tough. The Diamondbacks have had a weird first half, and that caps it off for them. When the Giants finish this Marlins series Thursday afternoon, they'll be at game 81, type. So, and they're 44-34. They're holding the second wild card. They're 3 back of the Dodgers in the loss column. So, and they got Rafael Devers. I'd rate it as a pretty good first half.
I think it's a good first half, and one that was a little bit unexpected. And if you look at their offensive numbers, then you would say that it is unexpected. So if they can jack it up a little bit offensively, and now they got some help with Devers, they might be able to do the second half a little bit better than 10 games over 500. And if you can do that, then you're going to be playing in October.
Yeah, that's it. As we get to that point, we start eyeing it, and adding Schmidt to the lineup with Chapman too when it all comes back. So, all right. Well, listen, Verlander gets the win. It's guaranteed. Yeah, go ahead.
One other thing, Murph, is I think, and I fall victim to it too, is before the season even starts, you hand the West to the Dodgers.
Mm-hmm.
You do.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you, in your mind, you say, all right, well, then, we'll get to the postseason by way of the wild card. Well, I think now you don't have to say we're going to hand this thing to the Dodgers. Now you go after them.
Okay.
And you can fall a little bit short.
Yeah.
You're probably still going to go to postseason. But now is not the time to hand this thing to L.A.
Well, that's kind of Buster's kind of mantra, right? 2021, et cetera. Let's go. So that's Buster. I love it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm saying it here at, almost at the All-Star break. He said it at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
So it gives you an idea, the competition level that he's got. And I was figuring, well, I'll be a little bit more realistic, but, he was right.
Good stuff, Kuip. Wide-ranging in 3 games against the Marlins. We'd like to see it go, and we'll see what happens at second base. We'll see what happens with Verlander, and we'll listen to the broadcast. Be good.
Yeah, thanks, Kuip.
So Marcus' birthday is today.
It's 33.
Yeah, Kuip.
Kuip. Where were you on your 33rd birthday?
I was with the Giants. I actually got my job back at second base.
Hey.
Joe Morgan had left in 82. And then I think very soon, around my birthday, I got run over by Mike Marshall, and I broke my collarbone, so I was out for a little bit of while.
Jeez,
so if you're Marcus, be really careful. Don't be falling down.
Yeah, I'll keep my head on a swivel.
He's going to avoid Mike Marshall. So it was June of 83. June of 83. And,
June of 83.
And you were meeting this strange new right-hander named Mike Krukow, right?
Well, I met him, in spring training that year. Yeah, we hit it off pretty quick, and we keep hitting it off too. So
you might see him tonight.
It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. It really has.
Great stuff. All right, Kuip. Belated
Did
happy birthday. Yeah.
Do you enjoy Ann Killian's story on torture?
Yeah, you're back, buddy. You're gonna get to redo the re-up the gear and the trademark. Let's get those royalties in.
Well, you got to admit it does show signs of what it was like in 2010.
Saturday with Doval. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It's almost like, let's get this thing to a 1-run game.
Oh man. That's why Sunday was so much fun when they scored all those runs in the bottom of the 8th. It was like, what?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man.
Time to relax.
Well, we'll be out there. Giants Community Fund. Hey, Giants Community Fund board meeting today at the park, and then we spill over to one of those suites.
Oh, the suites, Kuip.
Yeah, well, that's great. You and your guys are sweet, but just make sure the fun meeting doesn't go too long.
All right. Yeah, well, that's, we'll talk to Sue about that, right?
Well, you're not in charge anymore, are you?
No. We did our 2-year stint, and then they threw us out.
So you like to talk. So So, and by the way, if you're going to be in the stands, behave yourself. Don't be. I heard your stuff about.
Yeah.
We got Devers and you don't. I heard all that.
That was good though. That was good, clean, G-rated fun.
You know what? You'd be the last guy I'd sit with going to a game. Because you know what? Somebody would pick a fight, and they wouldn't fight you. They'd fight me.
No, you keep it clean and try to be funny and never get personal and profane, and generally it all works out.
Yeah. All right. Well, I've seen you on the golf course too. So.
What about the guy with the elbow though in my airspace? Did you see all that?
No, I heard about it. But
Well, you're on Twitter. I put it on Twitter. You can see the pictures.
There's 3 of them, Kuip.
I'm going to go look right now.
I'm going to need your take, all right?
All right, you got it.
All right.
All right, fellas.
Duane,
Happy birthday, Marcus.
Thanks,
Duane Kuiper. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. The big hit, Giants baseball, next on the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Got a little Rob Zombie for everybody. We're giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival on October 2nd through the 5th at Discovery Park in Sacramento. The lineup does include Rob Zombie, and stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win these 4-day passes. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're calling number 10, that means it's your lucky day and you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer Presents, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Hold it now. This is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, it is Marcus's birthday. That's the story of the day. What, is it Slow Monday? We got the Giants Marlins today. Oh, yeah, we going delegation?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are, Murph.
Marcus is picking all the rejoins today. I got to say, he's doing a damn good job.
You know, I'm trying to keep it smooth on a Tuesday.
Man.
Tuesdays are smooth days with Duane Kuiper. So, yeah, going with a lot of my R&B rejoins.
Note to self, call Kuiper on time in the future. We do get a little sloppy around here. It's like the kids with their bedrooms and their dishes and... You know, sometimes we're taking calls that we're going to fade out unnecessarily here, and we're going late, and all of a sudden, Kuip's like, "Would you call me on time?" It's like, all right. But then he wound up staying for a long time.
Yeah, wanted to hang out for a while. By the way, did you just drop a note to self?
Yeah.
Who do you think you are? One of the Dirty Work boys?
That's pretty funny. Yeah, because they invented that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. This is our segment, by the way, is for us to shut up and just listen to delegations saying,
let this
honey.
go the entire segment, Tony. This should maybe be our new big hit bed.
This is my big hit right here. This is my big hit. By the way, I once again shocked to find out I was doing a little dive on these guys recently, and because I heard it, that they're from England.
Yeah, you told me they're British, right?
They're way too funky to be from England.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that.
I mean, I get that England gives you, McCartney, Lennon, Townsend, Daltrey, Zeppelin. I get that. But I cannot believe they're this smooth.
That's almost more shocking than when I found out that Bobby Caldwell is a white guy.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Yeah.
Rick Astley, all these things too. Has there ever been let's get racial up in this piece. So white artists you thought were black. Daryl Hall from Hall & Oates.
Let's get racial up in this piece.
Have there been any African-American artists that you thought, any white artists, no wait, let me do this all over again. Any African-American artists that you were surprised to find, no wait. How can I say this? I've tied myself up into a knot. So these are white artists that you thought were black that turned out to be white. How about a black artist that you thought was white that turned out to be black?
What about Hootie from Hootie and the Blowfish?
Okay, you know what?
That's
Can you
my
give us some
answer.
applause
That's
right now?
it.
Can I? Birthday boy.
I got you, Murph.
Birthday boy.
You were struggling to get through that one.
Man, oh man.
Woo!
I was like a giant trying to hit a baseball.
Let's
there.
get racial up in this piece.
Yeah, there you go, man. Hey, you got to. It's all human. It's all as Jimmy Cannon said of was it Jimmy Cannon said of Joe Louis? He's a credit to his race, the human race.
That's what Daddy does to pay the bills.
That's what he does. That's what he does.
All right. Well, I will be out there tonight. We do have a Giants Community Fund board meeting, and then we roll into a Bank of America suite. You're going to be out there for the board op suite. That's something that could be a little, given what's going on behind the scenes here. Are we sure this is a good idea?
I mean, it might turn into a steel cage match.
Young
Who
Tony,
knew?
are you really sure
Who
this is a
knew?
good idea for you to go, buddy?
I don't know if I'm going to go now. I've
Come
been
on,
debating it all
Tony.
morning.
It's my birthday. We can't have any in-studio beef on my birthday, Murph.
No.
Tim Webb might be up in the studio, and nothing bad ever happens on his birthday.
Is it time to break out the Jameson?
Oh,
Is it time
yes.
to break out the
yes.
Jameson?
Let me get in there.
I
All
might
right.
have to go in my back pocket with this bad boy.
I think I said this before, but you are listening to KNBR Airman, KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Chris in San Jose is checking in. I think he might have something to say about Fremont. I'm not sure. Chris, good morning. You're on KNBR.
What's up, Chris?
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking the call. Waterboy,
What's up?
Fremont,
You know, Chris, you know.
happy birthday, brother.
Thank you, brother. What's up, my man?
From a Fremont Indian to a Homestead Mustang, hope you have a good birthday. And I like the second base thing with the Giants. I really like, Koff and Wisely splitting time while Fitzgerald figures it out. I think that's the best course of action. Love what Schmidt's doing over at third. Want to see him play some second. Everything that's happening with this roster and between acquisitions and everything else and switching positions. And, the lineup looks better. Guys are gelling. I think going back to spring training, you could tell that this team knows how to win, finds ways to win. The pitching, the bullpen, the defense, and now the lineup, I think, is coming along. And I love what Bob Melvin's doing in terms of making these adjustments, flipping people around, giving guys rest.
So, Chris, we're confident between Brett Wisely and Christian Koss moving forward for the next couple weeks until Chapman is healthy and you can move around Casey Schmidt.
Absolutely. And I also think, the second base position, everybody kind of needs to take a step back, and you're not getting 30 homers from the second base position. You're not getting 15 homers from the second base position. Second base position needs to play defense, catch the ball, turn double plays, help pitchers out. Look at the second baseman around the league. Who's got 10 homers right now? Who's got 15 homers right now? That's just not. I don't think you can continue to look for big time offense and big time run production out of that second base position. That's defense. Catch the ball, turn the double play, make the plays. And I do like the athleticism. I like the base running. I like the speed. Look to walk, look to get on base.
I like it, Chris. Great breakdown as always. Now, before we let you go, who's your Giant All-Star this year? Second round of voting came out yesterday. Who you sending to the All-Star game this year?
I'm sending Helio Ramos. This guy was an All-Star last year. He's been hot the whole season so far. He's had maybe one little couple of days or maybe 1 week where he slumped a little bit. And his new name is Helio en Fuego. Helio en Fuego. Right? That's what he does. I think he's one of the best hitters in baseball. I love his swing. I love his approach. I think he's one of the better athletes in baseball. He's coming along defensively. The stick always plays. His bat has always played. And, I think he's an all-star, and I think he will continue to be an all-star for years to come.
Chris, good call. And Fremont, and good birthday wish, too. So we appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
Ramos is by the way, and he will bat flip a walk.
Oh, dude. He's got the best bat flips on walks in the business.
Seems like guys go up and in on him a lot. Sometimes I wonder, are they doing that because he bat flipped that walk?
Could be a possibility. Also, his first season, he kind of struggled with that fastball up in the zone. Has made it a bit of an adjustment this year. Still will get beat every once in a while. But, yeah, I think that's the spot you want to attack in Elliott Ramos.
To Chris and San Jose's point about second baseman not being an offensive position, we always think of Jeff Kent, right? Right away. Obviously, the guy wins an MVP. The Ryan Sandberg. You think about the exceptions, Joe Morgan, right?
Robinson Cano.
Right. So
Chase Utley,
there
maybe.
You go. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are good ones, too, for sure. I just looked up 2025 second baseman right now who has the most home runs. I just went with home runs for the low-hanging fruit. Brandon, so by the way, Lowe.
Oh.
Lau or Lowe? There's multiples. There's Josh and there's Brandon.
And there was a Nate on Tampa Bay also.
Yes.
So they had a Lau and a Lowe at the same time.
I hate it. So which one is Brandon?
Lowe.
He's a Lowe?
Marcus just said it. Nathaniel Lau.
Yes.
Brandon Lowe.
Okay. Brandon Lowe has 15 bombs. He's your biggest home run hitting second baseman. Second base. Next is Ketel Marte, who's we know is good. He was an all-star last year. He's hitting .316 with 14 bombs.
It's a Marte Parte, John.
And then, Marcus, your guy, Jazz Chisholm, has 10 bombs.
All that jazz.
And then the freaking annoying Tommy Edman for the Dodgers.
Oh, dude.
Has 10 bombs.
Then
you
go
down to the Jackson Holiday of Baltimore has 9. Matt McClain of Cincy has 9, but hitting .207. Jeff McNeil of the Mets has 8. Dylan Moore of the Mariners has 8. And then Schneeman of the Guardians has 8. We saw him. So that's, listen, only 1, 2, 3, 4 second basemen have double-digit homers. 2 of them only with 10. So he's right. It's not a monster position. But that said, the Giants are still at the bottom of the barrel when it comes to these. There's not in fact, no Giant second baseman has 5 home runs, so they're not even in the top 21 there.
Yeah,
25, so.
And especially coming off of last season where Tyler Fitzgerald did get hot and did show off some pop. I mean, we had him on the show, and we were asking about whether or not he thought he could be a 20-20 guy with 20 bombs and 20 stolen bags, to the point we were just making about Elliott Ramos making that adjustment after pitchers found that top part of the zone versus him last year. Tyler Fitzgerald simply has not made those adjustments after that hot streak, even at the final months of the season. Then he started this year struggling. And remember, we had those comments from Tyler Fitzgerald about not having that dark cloud over his head, about being sent down so early in the season. Then he actually got hot. Then he got injured, comes off the IL, hasn't been the same player, and that's why he's being sent down now.
Yeah, 707 says Jeff Kent ain't walking through that door for sure. 5-3 says Fitz hit 15 last year in about a half a season.
Yeah,
that's how far he's fallen off.
I think he had 15 and 17 bags.
Yeah, it was. And Grant Brisby just wrote a piece in The Athletic identifying that if you were a propeller head and you looked at the metrics, it did not look sustainable for Tyler Fitzgerald. I always waffle at those things. By the way, speaking of those, you guys saw back in town, and young Tony, for today's big hit, he printed out Gabe Kapler's LinkedIn page where he goes by his full name, Gabriel.
Which I had no idea that was his full name.
Well, generally, Gabe is short for Gabriel.
Yeah, I should have assumed that, but I just never put two and two together.
I didn't know he had a LinkedIn page. Like, these guys have LinkedIn pages. Like, does Buster Posey have a LinkedIn page?
Good question.
Has anybody looked?
Does Brian
Hey, Cole,
Murphy have a LinkedIn page?
You know what? I set one up about 15 years ago. I don't know. I could probably find that, and I haven't touched it since.
808 KNBR, when is the last time you updated your LinkedIn page?
Isn't it a thriving thing, LinkedIn?
Well, so when I was in college, they're like, you got to set up a LinkedIn so you can get a job after blah, blah, blah. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to put on my resume on my LinkedIn that I was a DoorDash driver. I don't think that's going to help me get a job in radio, but here I am today. But no, I think when I first got hired at KNBR, I updated it. But I think if you went to go check right now, it would say like KNBR Tonight producer for Mark Willard or something like that.
What about you, young
It's been a while. I have not updated it since joining the morning show.
Yeah, to get this job, I had to update my LinkedIn. I put all my stuff on there. Groundskeeper at San Luis Obispo Country Club down in SLO.
Groundskeeper.
I was a frontline employee at Chick-fil-A in high school. What else you want? Program director at Adventure Day Camp for 4 or 5 years.
Wait, we need to pump that back. You were working the lines at Chick-fil-A?
Yes, sir.
And
yeah.
we never knew this?
No, I didn't know this
Hey,
till now.
Marcus, my pleasure.
My pleasure, dude.
So wait, you were the cash register guy?
Yeah. Doing everything. Working the little dining area, mopping the floors, whatever they need. It's a high school job. What do we want here?
See, this is great. He was working the line at Chick-fil-A, and now he's working the drive-thru at KNBR.
That's a pretty good line from the birthday boy.
What can I
there.
get for you
like
today?
that very much.
So what'd you like today?
Yeah, put the fries in the bag, Tony.
Cole Lepelt, when's the last time he updated his LinkedIn page? And how often is he on LinkedIn? Because Gabriel Kapler is listed as assistant general manager at Miami Marlins and Lone Depot Park.
Lone Depot Park.
It says he hasn't posted yet. But there you go.
Cole had to update it to get this job as well.
There you go.
Yeah,
We're
but then I
youngins.
feel like once you're in the job field, you don't really update it unless you're looking to move on to maybe another job.
Don't people also like message you on LinkedIn?
Yeah, see, I don't got time for that.
Yeah, I went to it once and I found I had like 155 unread messages. From
Hey,
people.
Brian, we're reaching out about this sports doctor. We'd like to be on your show.
I'm going on it right now. And do you have to pay extra to be to get like premium stuff here?
Premium? What the hell is premium on LinkedIn?
So there's a free version, but you're right, Murph. Like recruiters would pay for it to you get more looks, you get more eyeballs on your account.
Pay for play.
In fact, I just went. The last one I got was from April 3rd. It was from the guy Duffy Ballard who had me on his Run TMC podcast. He reached out through LinkedIn.
Wow.
And I found it.
See,
I found the note.
if you would have checked your LinkedIn, you would have got on before episode 92.
Very good, dude. Yeah, here's some messages from back in the 2010s that I hadn't checked. How about that?
Oh, dude.
All
I can't
right,
even
guys.
imagine what my DMs
I don't
look
even know
like.
what that big hit was. It was something about second base and Marcus's birthday.
Was that a big hit?
Let's continue on the other side and try to make sense out of it. All-star voting tallies and Justin Verlander. I want to ask you guys about Justin Verlander because I feel like Giants fans, after his last start, lost faith in Justin Verlander. And I felt like it was like a little bit of a rush to judgment. I don't know. You tell me. 808 KNBR is the phone number. He's pitching tonight. Where are you with Verlander, especially if the Giants are going to be in this thing in July, August, and September? Next on The Sports Leader.
They wear the Marlins hats.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about my friends at El Cerrito Honda. That's a LinkedIn for you. I'll link you to El Cerrito Honda, where I got my 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid. I love it. Still loving it. The selection, the service, the savings. Sharif, who's running the show over there with a great family situation right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. That's where El Cerrito Honda is, all right? It's easy to find. You can also start your shopping online at elcerritohonda.com. So you're like, hey, do they have the car I'm looking for? Well, yeah, probably they do, because they have a huge inventory. CR-V Hybrid, Civic Hybrid, Accord Hybrid, Prologue EV. You want to go electrical? And like I said, it's a great experience because of the selection, the savings, and the last S word, summertime. Perfect time to get a new car, Honda. All right? Don't forget to tell them, too, when you go, that your boy Murph sent you. Hey, man, I was hearing Murph on KNBR likes this place. It's true. I do. So El Cerrito Honda. It's more than just a car dealership. We are family.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Got your little Tainted Love Marilyn Manson here. We are giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival on October 2nd through the 5th at Discovery Park in Sacramento. This is wild. This is nuts. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win these 4-day passes. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's like techno music. This is all brought to you by Danny Wimmer Presents. And you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
We continue the Waterboy birthday rejoins. He turned 33 today. He got a bottle of Jameson. He got donuts last week. Are you okay that there were no donuts today?
I'm fine. John Joe Curley tried to fatten me up before he left the grease, so I got the donuts down already, and now I can wash it down with some smooth Irish whiskey.
And again, free plugs. We just gave LinkedIn a bunch of free plugs, but you're thinking about making your debut at our favorite new sandwich shop, right?
Yeah, it feels like a good day to make my debut on my birthday. Why not treat myself to a nice little sub?
Sub Center up in West Portal. Once again, you're welcome. You're welcome. Somebody asked me, a mom at a baseball game recently, I was talking about, she goes, well, what makes it so good? And I began describing it in such incredible detail. She was like, all right.
Wow.
Guess I got to go.
Well,
I was like, so
there's only one way to describe the sandwich, as I've heard on the streets of San Francisco.
It's orgasmic.
Boom.
It's
there it is. And who we got here, buddy?
Oh, this right here would be Wiz Khalifa with Kid Frankie, which I'm surprised you don't know the sample.
I do. Hang on. Give me a moment here.
You're my sample master.
Yeah. No, it's not. Right now, top of my head with live radio and me having to fill content on the air, I'm not going to get it.
All right, no worries. Kid Frankie, one of my favorite Wiz Khalifa tracks off of Kush and Orange Juice. And shout out Wiz, just put out Kush and Orange Juice 2 the other day.
Yeah, I'll get back to you on this one. It'll hit my brain. Just like our brain is talking about Justin Verlander tonight, it's an interesting situation. It's June 24. He has no wins. The Giants are 44-34 and have no wins from Justin Verlander. And I kind of felt like his last outing against Cleveland, 4 2/3, 7 hits and a walk, 4 runs, 3 earned. He got betrayed by an error out there. He did strike out 6. He threw 83 pitches, compounded by his previous outing, which was May 18th against the A's when he threw 4 innings, he gave up 2 runs and walked 5 and had to leave with the quote-unquote pec injury, right? So he hasn't really done anything for the Giants since May 12th. So today's June 14th when he pitched against Arizona in a 2-1 loss and threw 6 innings of 2-run ball, right? You'll take 6 innings of 2-run ball, right? Yeah. His prior start to that was May 6th against the Cubs. 5 innings, 3 runs. You don't love that one. But prior to that against Colorado, 6 1/3, 2 runs. Prior to that against Texas, 6 innings, 1 earned. Prior to that against the Angels, 6 innings, 1 earned. So there was a string of real quality outings, about 5 in a row, then the pec strain. But it hasn't been since May 12th that he really gave the Giants a good chance to win. So I kind of felt like, and maybe I was wrong, but I felt like when he did not perform last Wednesday against the Guardians, I don't know, maybe it's social media, maybe it was just my algorithm or whatever, but I felt like I was seeing a lot of Verlander hate out there. Like, what are they going to do? They have to move him out. What are they going to do with that spot in the rotation? And while I understand the 0 wins is not an awesome stat right now, we all know, of course, a little bit of that is out of his control. I'm telling you, I'm not desperately bummed that Justin Verlander is pitching tonight. I think he can probably effectively get you through 5, maybe even 6, and give you a chance to win. Is he going to be Logan Webb throwing 7 at Dodger Stadium? Or what was it, 8 at Dodger Stadium? What did he do that Friday night at Dodger Stadium?
Yeah, that was 8.
Did he go 8? Mm-hmm. Is he going to throw 8 at Dodger Stadium like Logan Webb? No. But can he give you a chance to win tonight? Yes, is my opinion. Unless you guys feel differently, 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the phone number. On your birthday, would Verlander give you a chance to win?
Well, I'm looking to give Justin Verlander a nice birthday gift on June 24th for the 42-year-old Justin Verlander. And I feel like we kind of have to put that in context every once in a while for the people who forgot that Justin Verlander is literally the oldest player in North American sports right now across the 4 major sports on this continent. Like, that puts it into perspective, the way that Justin Verlander is pitching this year. And if you want to get into the win-loss record, sure, whatever. We've been having this argument for years in baseball, whether or not the win-loss record is truly reflective on pitchers. Because here's the thing. You mentioned that streak where he had 5 or 6 games in a row where he could have got the win, where he left with the opportunity for the Giants to win. Next thing you know, you get a Tyler Rogers home run or a Ryan Walker blown save in Anaheim. That happens. It's baseball. But there's no question in my mind that he has pitched well enough to get you some wins. Now, what is well enough for a 42-year-old Justin Verlander? because he obviously does not look like the version that we saw of Justin Verlander even 3 years ago, going back to 2021, 2022. He's not that same guy. Now, it's impressive as hell that he's hitting 94, 95 miles per hour at 42 years old. That's harder than I've ever thrown in my entire life. But to me, what was more disappointing with his last outing was the lack of overall stuff. And it was the fact that he was giving up hits ahead of the count. Like, there were multiple 0-2 base knocks. He threw a slider. He actually gave up a home run on an 0-2 slider that was just a cement mixer that just spun right over the middle of the plate.
Schneeman.
It was Schneeman. Verlander got Schneemaned because that slider just spun right over the center of home plate. So that's a mistake that he can't make, and he knows that. As someone who has a Hall of Fame career, if you hang it, they're going to bang it. Big league hitters are going to make you pay for mistakes. And at this point of your career, Justin Verlander can't afford to make that many mistakes because he's not sitting 97, 98 anymore.
Right. So watch his stuff tonight. How much does he use variety of stuff? How is the stuff breaking? How are the hitters tell you how your stuff is, That's right, Robbie Ray. I was a little concerned about Robbie Ray. You didn't see Robbie Ray's outing on Sunday. I saw he was top 5 in Major League Baseball in swings and misses that day, but also gave up those 2 home runs, right?
Yeah, that's the thing about Robbie. He loves to live at the top of the zone. So if you can square one up, you can do some damage. He will give up a few home runs.
So here's just a ton of reaction on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line because the Giants are trying to get back at it tonight against the Marlins, 6:45. Cal Quantrill pitching for the Marlins. Righty, who's not having a great year, 3-7 with the ERA over 5, former Stanford guy. Maybe you try to do that. 925 says, y'all are nuts. Verlander, while higher up in the rotation, is a middle to back end of the rotation guy who we've gotten way more out of than we could expect. His last outing wasn't terrible and was his first back from injury after a month. Chill. Not every pitcher is going to put up a quality start every outing. The very next text says, 925 says, I think we have a better shot if Marcus Boucher pitches tonight.
Hey, yo, appreciate that, 925.
408 says, what if he's on diaper duty and not getting any sleep? Because they just had that baby, right?
Baby.
For example, 408 says, give me 6 innings of 2-run ball. He's still got enough juice.
Oh, I'll take that every hour.
707 says, I've never had faith or confidence in Verlander. We get too romantic with older pitchers who used to be dominant. He's just lost his edge, and that's okay. 925 says, have no concerns about Verlander, but I have major concerns about the rest of the team whenever he pitches. There is something, like Kuiper said, now it's a thing. Everybody's talking about it. Like, everybody's going to be in the clubhouse today like, oh, boy, we got to get this win, man.
Come on, guys. We got to score some runs for Justin.
Every ground ball. I shouldn't boot this one.
Justin had a baby. Let's score some runs.
I know. So we shall see. I just want to get that out there because, I felt like there was a little bit of negative buzz on his last start. When, to me, right now, if you look at their 5 starters, is he, believe it or not, am I saying this about Hall of Famer Justin Verlander? Is he number 5?
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, he's number 5. So look for a 5th starter performance tonight.
Yeah, and look, you can't discredit the knowledge that he's passed along to these young pitchers already. It might be a big reason why guys like Hayden Birdsong and Landon Roop have been so successful this season, going back to spring training and them helping out in bullpens. So there has been a purpose for Justin Verlander, but I've also heard some frustration from Giants fans even before the trade saying, look, Kyle Harris shouldn't have a spot in rotation, not Verlander. Carson Whisenhunt should have a spot in the rotation, not Justin Verlander. He's on a 1-year contract. They brought him in for 1 year. He's kind of the gap guy in this rotation. And if he can give you something, it's still something from a future Hall of Famer. You're just looking for that first win tonight.
One of the things he didn't do was he didn't go on a minor league rehab assignment. And somebody points out on the text line, he's doing his rehab in the bigs, which is, was that a little bit of I'm a big veteran. I don't go to the, I don't know. I'm just saying.
Would have been cool to see Justin Verlander down in San Jose.
Big time guys have done it. Didn't Scherzer Scherzer just went down and didn't he buy the whole month's worth of meals or something for these guys or something? He did something crazy generous.
Johnny Cueto went down and played in San Jose one time.
Yeah, and they go down. So anyway, so that was one thing, is that should he have rehabbed in the minors prior to this? We'll see tonight. I see a lot of mixed reaction on the text line. Some people giving him a break, others saying, no, dude, it's not happening, and maybe it's time to. If you look at his Baseball Savant page, which I don't know if you're into it, the Baseball Savant page and the percentile rankings, it's not awesome.
It's blue.
It's not awesome. It's a lot of blue and a lot of sub 50 percentile. So, all right, cooler content. There's some fun stuff, man, outside the sports world. Do you wear this T-shirt to a courtroom? And does Libby Dunn love her husband enough?
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Heavy questions.
Are they married? Wait, are they married?
Next on. Are they not married?
We'll find out on the other side.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, everyone. Chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, Marcus's birthday today, his 33rd birthday, and celebrating with rejoins. And now we are hearing.
Ooh, this right here is Big Crit. Booby Miles, Murph.
Named after our favorite Friday Night Lights running back?
Exactly.
All right.
It's a song about an athlete getting injured, and he makes a lot of references to Booby Miles.
I got to tell you, you have a sound, buddy. Your sound is smooth. SMOOVE.
Yeah, you and Paula used to joke about like me going into like a dimly lit cocktail bar out in London.
Yeah.
And like that's kind of the vibe I'm
like
looking
it.
for.
Well, maybe you should do that on your vacation.
Hey, maybe.
You got 2 weeks. We're not going to see Marcus till July 7. We still haven't answered the question, where will the Giants be when Marcus returns? And where will Jonathan Kuminga be when Marcus returns?
Well, I do know that the Giants technically will be in San Francisco facing off against the Phillies because when the Giants road trip ends, so does my vacation. I'll be back for that last homestand against the Phillies and Dodgers before All-Star break.
A couple things before we get into the cooler content. Number one, I will be here until through next Wednesday. I am taking the 4-day weekend for the 4th, so it is going to be the fighting hydrant himself, Frank Paul Santangelo out of El Dorado Hills, California, joining us tomorrow. And then the only guy who can look more Irish Catholic than John Joe Curley from the Sunset, Kerry Crowley, on Thursday and Friday. And then next week, I think it's just FP. I believe. So we'll get some good stuff. I think FP and Rizzo have been doing a great job on the radio. So we'll do that. And then I'll take the 4-day weekend. Then we'll all reconvene July 7th for that Phillies-Dodgers week. That'll be a good one. We shall see, of course, where the Giants are and where Kuminga is. There'll be no Niners news between them because they don't get going again until, I think, July. The rookies report July 15th. I think the veterans July 22nd. So we got a ways to go. I think we're going down there July 24. We already have a date.
I believe you are correct.
I think we have a date down there. I always look forward to those. Those are great shows down there, too. Those are fun, man. All right, guys. Cooler of Content, which is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. I have 2 more things to get to before we get to the cooler content. One, promote Casey Schmidt on the midday show at noon today, Papa and Silver. And then a mystery guest in about 15 minutes. Young Tony over there. It's not, can I riff?
Yeah.
It's not Copes or Papa, is it?
Oh, I don't think so.
I can guarantee you it's not either of those guys.
So what, can you give us a hint here, buddy?
Yeah, it's one of Marcus's favorite players growing up from his favorite team.
Whoa.
We'll just leave it at that.
Whoa.
What's going on?
It's
here?
dropping heavy hints.
So John Joe Curley's on vacation. I thought we were done with the mystery guest.
You just took us in a different direction. I thought it was going to be a pure mystery.
I mean, listen.
I thought it was going to be like Triple E or somebody.
You know what?
It's a bigger deal than that.
On my birthday, could you get Triple E to call in?
I can get that for
All right,
you.
good stuff, man. All right, well, let's start with, a guy from the text line 585 was upset that we were going to talk about somebody wearing a T-shirt to the courtroom. So I'm gonna go to it and try to win him over because I think this is worth knowing about. This happened in a courtroom. This was I couldn't tell you the exact court. I think it was in New York somewhere. And a guy is, listen, I haven't been, fortunately at this point in my life, I have yet to be called in front of a judge. But if I was, what would I wear? Probably throw on a coat, maybe throw on the tie, try to really impress him, let him know I was a straight, a good citizen who can clean up if I have to. Well, my man here was called in front of the courtroom, and he chose to wear a T-shirt that read, "World's Best Farter."
Good morning, sir. What made you think that was a good shirt to wear to court this morning? That's all you could find? That's all, the only shirt you had in your closet? World's Best Farter. That's great. No, it says, I can read it. I see what it says at the bottom. You're in felony court. You need to dress appropriately to felony court, and that's not appropriate.
Number
Good morning,
one,
sir.
I've never seen the shirt. Have you?
No, I've never seen that shirt. And
Number
to be honest,
two,
I don't want to see it.
Would you buy the shirt?
Hell no, I would not buy that shirt.
I mean, Young Tone, yeah? Anybody?
No, I would never wear something like that.
Would you buy the shirt?
I mean, maybe for for a laugh or two. I don't know. You guys don't find that to be amusing here?
Well, I was really waiting for him to have his moment to shine. Like if you're
By
wearing,
the way, this was in Texas.
Yeah,
My
if
bad.
you're wearing
Texas.
a shirt that says "World's Best Farter,"
You gotta
it
show your
feels
stuff.
like you got to be able to do it on command.
You got to show your stuff.
You got
Well,
to show off for the judge.
do you know people who could do that?
Me, no, because I don't hang out with the world's best farters.
My freshman year roommate at UCLA, a college roommate, had the ability to do that. Should we go there at 8:39 in the morning?
I don't know. Should we?
He used to for the entire dorm floor. Do we go there? He used to light them.
Wow, he'd pull out the
light-
lighter, huh?
Yeah.
I've always heard about that.
It was unbelievable.
Never tried it.
It was fantastic. I mean, it was outrageous comedy, and it always delivered. It never got old. So just letting you know.
Well, Murph, it was just earlier this season where Logan Webb told us how funny farts are.
I'm sorry, guys. Farts are always funny. I'm not gonna lie.
He's true. They are always funny.
World's best is this guy. I don't.
Also, Trent Baalke chiming in on the same topic.
Still got a couple of days going through. Coach and I haven't sat down and gone through the final board yet.
That one came from deep down in the soul.
That one sounded wet. Ugh.
Oh man!
You got,
All right.
you got Jim Tom Sula back there?
So
what else you got? We're going Mount Fartmore. Tony, give it to me real quick.
Jim Tom's respectfully.
A lot of examples of football history of good quarterbacks losing their confidence after things.
There's a frog in that press room.
Somebody stepped on a duck. Yes, Rodney Dangerfield. All right. I told you, I lived in that generation, so I'm so much older than you guys. So the parents that I dealt with were coming from that mid-century gentleman's decorum. They were way more better behaved than what we see on social media these days. And my buddy Rusty Monroe, his dad Neil Monroe, who was a great guy, Mr. Monroe, loved him. He was a very calm man, and he would let him rip, and then he would just kind of calmly step away and say, I got to fix that squeaky board. And then back on. And by the way, while he was smoking indoors, just puffing away.
Different times.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's a brutal combination.
He said,
Smell of cigarettes in.
I got to fix that
You know
squeaky
what?
board. And then we moved on with our day.
I'm sorry, guys. Farts are always funny. I'm not gonna lie.
707 says, a judge bitched at me for wearing shorts in court. Well, 707, I would have done it too.
Oh, dude, Murph will bitch at you for a
You
shorts
can wear
to
them
work.
to a ball game or a summer vacation, but come on, bro. 585 guy I tried to win over said, you went from bad to worse. This is pretty good.
You lost.
925 says, you're a freak, Murph. Disgusting.
Ooh, the freak's coming out.
Okay. 707 says, can you wear a tuxedo T-shirt to work?
I'll allow it. I got no problem with the tuxedo
All right.
T-shirt.
Let's move on. Does Libby Dunn love her husband? Well, here's breaking news. She doesn't have a husband. I thought she was married to Paul Skeens. I was wrong. So this Fanatics Fest, which is oh my God, wait a minute. Do we need to cut out?
What's going on here?
Do we need to go to Joe in San Jose real quick?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have a call screen.
Oh, you
What's
don't?
going
Yeah, let's
on?
go to Joe in San Jose. Joe in San Jose. Good morning.
Hey.
What's up, Joe?
What's up, Joe?
Morning, guys.
What's up, dude?
How's it going?
Well, it's going good. I'm fascinated by your call. What you got?
Well, I don't know. I can't see the video if you guys are looking at it, but if this is the same shirt, I bought this shirt for my brother. The reason is at the bottom, I don't know if you can see it, it says world's greatest farther, and then underneath it says, I mean father. So when my brother first became a dad, I had to buy it for him.
Okay, wait a minute. Tony is looking at the picture of the guy in Beaumont, Texas, and he's confirming that underneath it does say, I mean farther. Is that what it says?
Oh, it does say, I mean
Okay,
father.
Young Tone,
Can confirm, yes, indeed.
Oh, there it is. Joe's the same shirt, dude.
It's an appropriate shirt.
Yeah.
So where'd you find that? Where'd you find that?
I had it randomly online.
Dude, there it is. Yeah, see, it says, I mean father down there. All right, Joe, thanks for the call. Appreciate you, man.
Now I feel worse for this guy. The judge is ripping him. He's like, my daughter bought me this shirt.
Yeah, probably. She's killing him. I wonder, actually, before Joe dropped, has his brother worn the shirt? Is his brother? Oh, he's still there? Joe, you still there? Has your brother worn the shirt?
I cannot confirm. Maybe just around the house. Doubtful in public.
Doubtful. Maybe it was one of those ones you gave it to him for that little 20-second laugh at a birthday, and then you move on, right? Yeah.
Pretty much.
There you go. All right, buddy. Thanks for the call, Joe. We appreciate you listening. There it is. See? That's why I put these things on. We're bringing people together. Would you wear a world best? Well, you're not a father. No, so,
I'm not.
Me, you know
not
what?
that I know of.
Father's Day just passed. Otherwise, or my kids listening to this would have given it to me.
That would have been a good gift.
I got to tell you, though, I could Well, let's move on.
Yeah, come on.
Libby Dunn. Yeah. We know Libby Dunn. She's famous. LSU gymnast, Instagram sensation. Some would say she's an attractive gal. She's got a lot going for her. Dating Paul Skeens, who's objectively speaking, the best pitcher in Major League Baseball. Yep. I don't know. Is he? Is he the best pitcher in Major League Baseball?
Yeah, I think so. For the last 2 years, he has.
Probably due for a major payday pretty soon, somewhere, somehow.
Or for a trade. They're talking about trading him out in Pittsburgh.
Well, this Fanatics Fest was like this party that Marcus and I didn't know about. And it was in New York, and I guess it's a celebrity show. It was a trade show. It was a card show. Yeah.
What do you think is the tougher ticket to get the invite for? The Fanatics Fan Fest or Young Tony's 4th of July birthday party?
Oh, boy. There you go. He's an hour 15 to go. He's on watch now. He's letting it loose. So anyway, Libby Dunn, this is kind of cute. This is kind of heartwarming. We have a video, if you can watch it on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. She goes to buy a card of her boyfriend. And by the way, she shows how much she loves him. And she also negotiates. So take a listen here as she negotiates with this dude. By the way, she's such a beautiful person. Like, she's so glamorous and gorgeous. And the guy she's talking to is like this pasty card worker guy. You know what I mean? He's never been around someone this attractive in his life.
I saw a video just like yesterday where she was at the Fanatic event and some guy went up to like give her a hug and he had a soda can
that, dude.
and dude, the soda sprayed everywhere.
It was like a glass bottle and it broke on the floor or something. Or God,
how embarrassing.
I saw Big Cat tweet, I'd just run the other way in a hurry.
That's it.
So anyway,
Life's
see if
over,
you can
buddy.
listen. This is cute. This is Libby Dunn shopping for her boyfriend's baseball card and rattling the pasty guy selling it to her.
I'm here for the Paul Skeens anime card.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Well, we actually just had a few people buy some. That's how popular he is.
The anime one is the one that I'm looking
You
for.
like that one more? But you're on that card. What about that card?
This one?
Yeah, you're on that one.
I don't want that one.
No? You just want that one?
I have my eye on this one, yeah.
You want to check it out?
Yes, please. So what are you guys asking for this one?
3,000. It's numbered to 5. There's only 5 of them in existence. It's a PSA 10. That's the only one that's a 10.
Didn't one sell for $2,200?
Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing. Do you think he's a future Hall of Famer? Do you think he's the best pitcher of all time? We're trying to be closer to 3K.
$2,850.
2,850? That's fine. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Dude, actually, you know what? Pasty guy in the man bun held his own and tried to negotiate up with her. He's like 3,000. She's like, no, 2,200. He goes, is he going to be a Hall of Famer? Is he going to be the best pitcher of all time?
Best pitcher of all time, huh?
I got to tell you, the guy held his own.
You going to say no?
Despite being stunned by her beauty and her glamour, he was like, no, give me more.
See, I was going to say, it's a cool video, the fact that she is going out and, of course, supporting her boyfriend. And it's also nice that she has the extra cash to drop $2,800 or $2,200 on a baseball card. But it kind of feels like young Tony just used this video as an excuse to get Libby Dunn on the live stream.
Well,
I mean, there wasn't a lot of content there. Like, I think he just wanted to see Libby Dunn on the live stream.
Well, I was the one who sent it. So you could say this dirty old man is the one who sent it. But I thought it was a cute story that she was buying a baseball card of her dude. And also, how do you negotiate for a card? And the fact that she kind of got her price, but totally didn't get her price. So I thought it was a decent add to the cooler of content.
I'll say she's a better negotiator than you are.
She's definitely a better negotiator than I am.
Yeah, she would have got more than $5 for that TV.
She's the one who probably bought my 4 tickets for the Red Sox game, and then she probably flipped them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She's out here working the secondary market.
All right. Well, listen, we got on some digressions. Maybe later in the show we can revisit the cooler of content. I don't know. We got Ryan Vogelsong at 9:30, but since we started the show this morning at 6 a.m. when y'all were asleep, young Tony told us that there's a mystery guest coming, maybe as a birthday present for Marcus. So a mystery guest as a birthday present for Marcus next on The Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Rayvon Law right here in the Bay Area, right here in the city to help you out if you've been in a car accident. Ooh, you call Ted, the giant lawyer. All right, we're going to save you time and money right now. Call Ted. Ted Rayvon, the giant lawyer. We tell everyone this. Call Ted at 415-888-1045 because who you call first could make or break your case. Ted is not a billboard lawyer who never calls you back. He's a local, like you. He's a fighter, like the orange and black. And he knows how to win. So Carlos from the Mission is the story we tell. He got T-boned on game day. That sucked, especially when insurance lowballed him. But Ted stepped in and hit it out of the park. Policy limits, no delays, no stress. So if you're in the Bay, don't wait. Call 415-888-1045. Once again, that's 415-888-1045. Fast, free, and confidential. You got one shot to get this right. Make sure the guy fighting for you swings like a giant. Call 415-888-1045. That's 415-888-1045.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, yeah. Today is Marcus Boucher's 33rd birthday. Marcus Boucher is known for many things. His great taste in music, his savvy sports takes, his youthful energy that is helping out this old man, but also known as the biggest Raider fan in the building right now. And on his birthday, we decided to get him a gift, and that is one of the greatest Raiders of all time, Pro Football Hall of Famer, Heisman Trophy winner, and a man whose hits on the radio were so popular he had his own song, Oakland Raider wide receiver Tim Brown. Tim Brown, welcome back to KNBR. You got my boy.
What's going on?
Wow.
Happy birthday, Marcus.
Tim, appreciate it, my man. How we doing this morning?
We're doing great, brother. How about yourself?
I'm doing fantastic. I had no idea this was coming. I had no idea that I'd be celebrating my birthday talking to Mr. Raider himself.
Well, I got the call, man, that it was a must that I call in and say happy birthday to you, brother. So I'm glad it all worked out.
This is phenomenal.
I got to tell you, as an outsider here, I'm delighted because, we like to give him, we got him donuts earlier. I got him a bottle of Irish whiskey earlier, but this is the true gift here because he can talk. And I just want to sit back and let you guys talk Raider football here, man. I want you guys to chop it up and break it down because I'd be fascinated to hear how the greatest Raider wide receiver of all time and the greatest Raider fan in the building chop it up. So, Marcus, you guys talk Raiders, buddy.
Well,
Come on,
I just got to
go.
tell Tim he was my entire childhood. Now, Tim, I'm turning 33 today, which means there has not been a lot of success in my lifetime with the Raiders. But watching you guys in the early 2000s going to the Super Bowl, watching that connection you had with Rich Gannon, tell us about those teams, those early 2000 Raider teams.
Yeah, man, that was a time, man, that, of course, I was getting a little older. But when Gruden came in, he told me, look, if you keep yourself in shape, we're going to have a nice little run here. And, I didn't have a lot of faith in Rich Gannon, to be honest with you, because from what I knew about him, he was a journeyman quarterback. And every time he played us, he had killed us. But, still, people have reputations. And but it was amazing that, we clicked like day one. And, I told him, look, there's a radius here. Just throw the ball in the radius, and I'll do the rest, all right? So, and I think we did an incredible job playing together, man. And, Gruden brought in guys like Eric Allen and Thomas, the outside linebacker, and, brought in guys that fit in and what we need to do. And we thought we had a great defense. We had a good offense.
Yeah, and Tim, he also went out and brought in a guy. Oh, sorry, Tim, you cut off for a second. Just wanted to hop in. You were talking about the players that Gruden brought in. You brought in Jerry freaking Rice. And I know in our audience, he's considered the greatest of all time. So what was that like for you, lining up on the other side of Jerry?
No, it was incredible, man. Jerry and I had talked about that for years. There was an opportunity for me to get traded to 49ers and I think after the 92 season. And Al wouldn't pull the trigger at the last second, and so this is great. It was 10 years later almost, but Jerry, announced to everybody that he's coming over to get me to the Super Bowl, and and was willing to play second role if that was the case. And I think he did that for a couple of years, and then he had a big year himself and made the Pro Bowl as a 38-year-old receiver or whatever it was. So, but it was great, man. Jerry and I could have played 20 years together and would have never had any problems.
Yeah, and Tim, I think about that wide receiver room with you, Jerry, and also Jerry Porter, who I felt like is one of the most underrated Raider wide receivers of all time. Is that one of the best wide receiver rooms you were ever in?
No, without a doubt. When I first came in the league, of course, I had James Lofton and Mervyn Fernandez and Willie Gault, Jesse Hester. Those guys were incredible guys, and I learned something from all four of those guys. But certainly at this time of my career, to have Jerry and Jerry Porter and James Jett was still there for a minute there. So we had a foursome there that was pretty good, and I think we did our best. I think Jerry Porter even led the league in touchdowns receptions one year because everybody was double covering me and Jerry, and so yeah, it was a great receiver room, no doubt about that.
Now I got to continue to ask you just a couple questions about your teammates because you mentioned Rich Gannon, but Tim, my favorite backup quarterback of all time was Marcus Tuiasosopo. What can you tell us about Tui and how he was as a backup quarterback?
Yeah, Tui was great, man. He didn't play that much, but we all knew that if he had to play, that he was going to be a guy that was going to be able to get it done for us. I think I think he's a coach now, and you could tell that he was going to be a coach because he was that kind of guy. He was the type of guy that, when the offense was doing their thing, he would, come over to receivers and say, hey, if this happens, think about this. He was always in it, man, to help everybody that was playing, and even when he wasn't playing. So I think, Tui was a guy that we all depended on, and maybe not to be on the field while we were out there, but certainly, when you come off the field, that was a guy that you can talk to about what was happening on the field.
So the voice you hear is Tim Brown. It's our birthday present to Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, who, of course, we've been working together now since December of 2023. Yeah. And Marcus is the biggest Raider fan going. We were trying to think what could make his day, and we called up one of the greatest Raiders of all time. In fact, only Sebastian Janikowski's played more games than you as a Raider, but I don't know if we count that as a kicker. I'm not so sure. Not to disrespect Seabass, but
Janikowski and Shane Leckler were my guys. Shout out John Condo, also Tim Brown.
But you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM.
You can always disrespect kickers, brother. It's okay to disrespect kickers.
I got to do the legal ID. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Marcus.
Yeah, now, Tim, we are in our new studios down here in Daly City, and right next door to us is a baseball field that John Madden grew up playing games on. Now, being Mr. Raider yourself, being around the building so much, do you have any John Madden stories for us?
You know what? John really didn't come around that often, man. It was, I can tell you this, though. When I made the John Madden, the All Madden team or whatever it was, my rookie year, everybody told me, bro, you done everything you need to do. I mean, that's better than making All-Pro, making the All-Madden team. But yeah, I didn't see much of John. He would, the couple of Monday Night Football games we may have done, I may have done an interview or two with him, but that was basically it, man. But his son Mike was around all the time, so there were always conversations about Dad. But personally, I can't really say I had that many interactions with him.
Well, Tim, I got to ask you a question about Al Davis. Of course, now Mark has a team out in Las Vegas, but what was it like being around Al all those years also?
Well, it was a very interesting relationship. I think I played more games for him than any Raider in the history of the team. But my relationship with him was sketchy, man, at best. You know what I mean? I think when I look back on it, Al and I never went out to dinner one time in 16 years, never had a drink together, never had that kind of conversation at all. Every time we spoke, it was always about football. It was on the field, in his office or whatever, but it was always strictly about football. Never asked me about my wife, never asked me about kids, nothing. It was always, and that to me was unusual, you know what I mean? And I think in a very strange way. In 2018, I went into the California Hall of Fame. 2015, I went to the NFL Hall of Fame, right? And I didn't mention Al Davis in my speech because I had some hang-ups about some things that had happened, and my wife kept telling me, you should do this. You should mention it. I'm not doing it. I'm not, right? And I didn't. But in 2018, man, it was like, it hit me that, what if this guy would have been different? What if we would have been going out to dinner? What if maybe I wouldn't have kept ascending. Maybe I would have started descending. And maybe, he did the same thing to Marcus Allen, same thing to Jerry, to Fred Biletnikoff, same thing to Howie Long, you know what I mean? And look at all those guys. All those guys are Hall of Famers, you know what I mean? So I took that time in the California Hall of Fame to address Mark Davis and his dad and gave him the appreciation that maybe I should have done at the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and Tim, it's a really interesting topic because I've always heard the saying, once a Raider, always a Raider. And we have Greg Papa as our midday host here. Now, Papa is obviously calling 49er games, but I was out with him out at training camp for the Raiders and 49ers out in Las Vegas just a summer ago, and he was talking about how things just feel different around the building. So what can you tell us about the current state of the Raiders with Mark Davis out in Las Vegas?
Yeah, well, Mark is not as hands-on as far as being a football guy as his dad was, but, I think he is, he feels really good about the team that's there now. I was recently in Vegas. Raiders had a wellness weekend, and I was there for the draft and all that. So, I think the team that they have in, mainly the people that Tom Brady has helped him to bring in, I think they feel good about where they are, coaching staff and people in the front office and all that. So I think at this particular point, it's a wait and see. Let's see if what we have is really good, and we'll know as the season goes. But I think everybody's happy with that. And now the guys in the locker room they got to go out and get it done, And I think right now maybe we're still missing that go-to receiver, and I'm sure they're going to try and make those two tight ends the go-to receiver per se. But with John T as a running back, it's going to be a very interesting offense, no doubt about that. But I think this is one that can win if everybody plays to their best.
The voice you hear is Tim Brown, of course, the Pro Football Hall of Famer, the Heisman Trophy winner, one of the greatest Raiders of all time. And it's me and Tony giving a birthday present to Marcus Boucher, who's our great Raider fan. We surprised him to have Tim call in and wish him a happy birthday. So I'm just enjoying listening to you guys chop it up. That's good stuff on Al Davis, very honest and real. You know I have to jump in here now, Marcus. Now, Tim, this is Marcus's birthday. This is your boy Murph talking right now. This is Marcus's birthday. He's a young pup. He's excited. But you just said the guy's Tom Brady's bringing in. Oh, no. Dude, he's having trouble with Tom Brady being in silver and black. He's having trouble, Tim.
He's haunted me my whole life, Tim.
What are we going to do? What do we do?
Hey, I think, man, if there was a guy that you could have said the last guy that you want to be involved with the Raiders would be Tom Brady, I think everybody would agree with that, But, look, man, it is what it is at this particular point. He's on the ownership side and, not really on the, front office and all that kind of stuff. So even though I hear that he has helped to bring in a bunch of those guys who are there, I think we're all rolling with the punches, man. I was at the Cowboys game when the Raiders played the Cowboys down here in preseason a couple of years ago, and I walk in and 2 minutes later Tom Brady walks in. You know what I mean? It's like, oh wow, okay, this thing is real. It's real, right? And look, we sat down and had a real conversation about today's football and his vision of the team and what he thought he could bring. And, it's pretty interesting, man. The guy is pretty heady. He played a lot of football and has a lot of contacts in this league. And, if those guys are willing to come and turn this thing around, I'm all for that.
Last couple minutes here with Tim Brown on the UMA guest line on a surprise birthday visit. Want to thank Tim for joining the show this morning. But, Tim, before we let you go, we do got to talk about the Raiders leaving the city of Oakland because you mentioned it. Things are different. Tom Brady's there and in the ownership group. The Raiders are in Las Vegas. I mean, the city of Oakland now has lost the Raiders, the A's, and the Warriors are even across the bay here in San Francisco. You've been a part of the Raiders before when they moved from L.A. to Oakland, but can you just talk to us about the Oakland crowd and that environment when you're playing at the Coliseum?
Yeah, look, I mean, the one thing that the Raiders have lost, and I don't know if they will ever get back, is that home field advantage. That dogmatic fandom that we had in Oakland, that it's not in Vegas. At this particular point, it's not, and I think it's because people are selling their tickets, and it's not unrare to go to a game and see half the stadium in the other team's colors. And that is something to me that I feel bad for the players about, right? Because they'll never experience what we experienced. The one thing that we knew we had was home field advantage, right? We knew had a crowd that was going to be with us until the very last play of the game. And I don't know if that is the case. Well, I know it's not the case because I've been to several games. And, as a team, if the team doesn't play well and you go there later in the season, it's more and more of the opposite team's colors. So, so look, these guys have to deal with things that we didn't. What we had in Oakland was extremely special, especially when we were, making a run to the Super Bowl and all that. And it was a pleasure to be able to, get those fans amped up and ready, for those big games. And, and we enjoyed it, man. We enjoyed it the best we could.
Yeah, and there was truly nothing like an Oakland Raiders game at the Coliseum, from the tailgate to the game to the after parties and those festivities. It was a hell of a scene. I mean, really, the only thing I want now after this conversation is for you to line up next to Brock Bowers in this Raiders offense.
Well, that would be an awful sight to see right now. I'll tell you that, brother. But you dream about a lot of things, but at this particular point, that's not one of them for me. But I certainly would like to see them bring in somebody, man, that can help these guys, get the ball up and down the field a lot easier. And, I think the group we have is solid. But I don't know if we have a true number one at this particular point. And, hopefully one of these guys will emerge as that guy, and we can get this thing done.
Yeah, and Tim, I actually wanted to end the interview with the way we started because we mentioned Rich Gannon and how he was a journeyman quarterback. Do you see any of those similarities to a guy like Geno Smith and what he's done with his career with the Raiders now?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's really amazing that it seems like Gino is getting better as he gets older in the league, man. And I had a chance to speak with him at the draft party, and the guy is so pumped up, man, and so committed to making this the best that he can possibly make it. And from what I hear, the leadership that he's bringing on the field is remarkable. So I just think, man, if all these guys are committed to doing the right thing, it should be a good year, man. It should be a good year. I think defensively we're going to be good. I think, we have some players on offense that can make this thing happen, and we just got to go play. Everybody's got to play to their best ability, and I know there's going to be ups and downs, but overall, you got to win. You got to win every down, and trying to win every down. If you can do that, you got a good chance of winning this thing.
Man, it's been so much fun to listen to you guys chop it up, and I've been loving this, and I'm a 49er lifer, and I'm loving this. It's really fun. But the Raiders mean so much to the Bay Area and the Raider history. I covered the team in '99 for a year. You were there, Tim. But just real quick, just from me on the way out, not the birthday boy here, just if you had to power rank the AFC West rivalries in a true Raiders heart and soul, who's the one you want to beat the most out of all those AFC West rivals? Because they're all pretty juicy.
Yeah, for me it was pretty simple. It was Kansas City, because we didn't beat those guys for many times in my career, and towards the end there, when we had a chance to stump on them, we tried to do that. But I think we went 10 years, man, and may have won 2 or 3 games in that 10-year span or something. So it was always something with those guys. I always felt like they cheated, especially in Kansas City. But when they beat us in LA or Oakland, I couldn't complain about it. But yeah, that was the one rivalry to me that was I think everybody had a little bit more smoke coming out their nose going into that game, because you just felt like, this is a game you need to win.
I love that. So the one year I covered you guys was '99, the last game of the season. Joe Nedney kicked a field goal to beat him, and John Gruden ran around the field like a little kid.
Yeah, I mean, that's a game we came back. We had nothing to win, nothing to play for, and they needed that game to win the AFC West, and we beat them in their home place. Yeah, that I tell people that is the game that started that 3-year run.
Yes,
because
that's right.
If we can do that, we can do that in a game that meant nothing for us. Then if we put our mind to it, we can do it. And that's what we talked about all offseason, man. And, we ran into a great year that year. And if Rich Gannon doesn't get hurt in that AFC Championship game, maybe we got a chance to beat a very good Baltimore team at home.
That's right. You're absolutely right about that. And then me, I'm a college football head, so I got to get you one Notre Dame. I mean, listen, congrats, man. Marcus Freeman has those guys. You got to be proud of that. I mean, it was an unfortunate ending, but I'm also a Joe Montana guy, so I love just the idea of you and Joe chopping it up for Notre Dame. Is the future bright? I mean, I know college football's a mess right now, but what a run that was for the Irish. And I got to imagine you were there.
Yeah. I was there, man. I think I went to all the playoff games. So, look, I think, man, what Marcus Freeman is doing for Notre Dame is, I don't think anybody envisioned that not only him, but anybody could do for the University of Notre Dame. And, I mean, he has Notre Dame in everybody's conversation, man. So when you talk about any recruit that's worth his weight, he has Notre Dame on the list for the most part. And I think that's something that hadn't been done in a long time. And what Marcus, and look, we're not overpaying guys. We're paying people. Absolutely, that's the name of the game now. But one thing everybody knows about Notre Dame, and one thing that everybody who has talked to Marcus has told him, you got to make sure that these guys are not coming here for the money. Because that 8 a.m. class, that money ain't going to get you out of bed for that 8 a.m. class. That money is not going to get you out of bed when you got to trudge through 4 feet of snow to get to class and get to practice. You know what I mean? And so it has to be about, your love for Notre Dame. And I tell recruits, them, look, man, the best decision you can make is coming to Notre Dame, and the best decision you can come is not coming to Notre Dame, because this place is real. And if you're not locked in to life after football and what this place can do for you, then you're in the wrong spot.
Yeah, that's great. By the way, August 31, you're going to be in Miami. They open at the U.
I'm there, brother. I'm there. I'm there.
And then, dude, you guys aren't ducking. There. You're not ducking the smoke because then you play A&M 2 weeks later at South Bend. So.
I'm there. I'm there too.
Why wouldn't you be? Those are so much fun. Listen, as a young Tony, our producer, and John Joe Curley, they arranged this for Marcus. I've loved listening to you guys chop it up.
Right.
Marcus, happy birthday, brother.
Yeah, well, Tim, thank you so much for calling in, man. Truly made my birthday. Appreciate it.
Hey, man, I appreciate you, brother. Happy birthday to you, brother. Have a great day.
There he is, the Pro Football Hall of Famer, the Heisman Trophy winner, and the birthday gift, Tim Brown, on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
That was awesome. Happy birthday, Marcus. And we're giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival on October 2nd through the 5th at Discovery Park in Sacramento. The lineup does include the All-American Rejects, which you're hearing now. And stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer Presents. And you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proud.
The voice of the majority has spoken for Timothy Donnell Brown of Dallas, Texas, and the University of Notre Dame, the winner of the 53rd Heisman Trophy Award.
Raiders select on the first round, wide receiver, Notre Dame, Tim Brown.
He's going to return this one. Here he goes from the 11-yard line. The Heisman Trophy winner from Notre Dame with the block in the lane. And there he goes. A block from Jordan. A foot race down the sideline with Allen and with Faisal. And he's in for his second career touchdown on a punt return. Can you believe it?
Happy birthday, Marcus.
That's a good rejoin there, young Tone. God, was that Bob Costas overdoing the Heisman introduction with the middle name? Sounded like Costas. But anyway, Heisman Trophy winner and Hall of Famer in the Pro Football Hall of Fame is pretty darn cool. And, as you heard him say, happy birthday, Marcus. So that's a fun day. We started the day with a bottle of Irish whiskey and some birthday riffs. We've been doing all morning birthday rejoins, and they've been solid.
Happy birthday, Marcus.
They've been solid. And this latest is?
Oh, this is another one for you from the Smooth Waterboy collection. This is Devin the Dude featuring Snoop Dogg, as you're hearing right now, and Andre 3000.
Oh, yeah.
Name of the track is called What a Job. Because, Murph, what a job we have.
I think you want Marcus to DJ your next house party.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's what you want.
It's not even a house party, though. It's more just like a session.
Well, no,
just
I mean,
chilling
but the
and
party
hanging out.
has to be from like 4 p.m. to like 8 p.m.
Ooh.
Because this is like chill afternoon, early evening music. We're not going like rave, hype up, young Tony EDM.
No. I'm looking for those sunset vibes, or as Jimmy Butler would say, those golden vibes. Love that golden hour when the sun goes down.
It's a good thing it's not my birthday. You guys would be subjected to Haircut 100 right
dude,
now.
not Haircut 100. Anything but
No,
Haircut
it's
100.
nuts. I was just getting coffee, as I always do, and one of the stations that we share the building with was playing Love Plus One by Haircut 100. I blew my mind. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Has that now entered like the demo of easy listening? Anyway,
I will say
that was really fun.
Murph has put me on some game before with older music, but Haircut 100 is not one of those.
Yeah, don't sleep on them.
Not one of those
Don't sleep on
bands.
them. They got a few bangers. A few bangers.
Not for me, Tony.
This was fun. It's been a fun morning all along, and we have a short segment because we have Ryan Vogel's song. Another great. We went from one great to another, from Tim Brown to Ryan Vogel's song. But Tim Brown, just like things that jumped out from you. First of all, the guy's just a total pro, absolute pro. And, you know, he used to do the weekly hits on KNBR 1050. And Ganji, Rick Ganji, made this song, Oakland Raider, wide receiver, Tim Brown. And Lee Hammer and Paulie used to sing that around the office. And, you know, listen, the guy has always been a class act. You know, he wasn't afraid, though, to hide the beef with Al. No. I like that. That was honest. Honest answer. No, man, Al and I didn't really see eye to eye.
And I mean, it's a good peek into behind the silver and black curtains because he mentioned Marcus Allen, and we know that there was beef between him and Al. Even Howie Long, he threw into that conversation.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, well, you guys he said Howie, Howie, him. Who were the other ones he said?
Marcus Allen.
Marcus Allen. Well, of course, Marcus.
Exactly.
I think he said Bolitnikov, too, didn't he?
He threw in Freddie in there.
Yeah. And, you know, listen, Jerry Rice, who really knew what was going on? Jerry Rice is a difficult guy. He was very demanding. He was very, Well, why am I hearing tunes in my ear right now? By the way?
we got a low
there
music
you go.
bed
Thank
here.
you. Anyway.
I heard it too. I thought I was freaking out.
I got confused.
I'm hearing voices in my head.
But that was the team that got to the bowl, and I had to explain to young Tony that was a tough day because you guys got there. I covered that game for the Chronicle. We were all excited. John Gruden and the Bucs, and by the way, our Friday guest, John Lynch.
Yeah.
He was part of that team.
Why'd you have to do it to me, John?
I know. Man,
well, why the hell did you stick with Bill Callahan, who had John Gruden's entire playbook?
Yeah.
Like, it literally was the scene out of Waterboy, but Bobby Boucher never showed up at halftime.
Oh, man.
They had the green playbook. He had all of Coach Klein's best plays.
He did, and then so now you have now he has who's the Dexter Jackson, the DB for the Bucs, who wound up being Super Bowl MVP because he made like 2 picks that game or something. I mean, strange things happen, man. So, wait, he got excited about Notre Dame, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah, he really did.
He's a big-time Golden Domer.
And so, yeah, he's going to be. I said, you guys are open at Miami. He's like, I'm there. And I said, then you guys got A&M in South Bend. I'm there.
We'll be there too.
Yeah, Dexter Jackson, 2 picks, 48-21. Sorry, bro.
Dude, the
Sorry.
sadness of
Back to
watching my dad tear down the photos and poster from our Super Bowl party.
That is sad.
Oh, come on. Why do we have to do this? I thought we were having a celebration with Tim Brown on the show.
Well, it's like Timmy. One of my other favorite answers he had was when I hit him with the Tom Brady, and he goes, yeah, man. He said 3 things that were really funny, sort of like neutral answers that you could read into. He's like, yeah, man, the last person you'd expect is Tom Brady. You're like, number one. Then he goes, it is what it is, too. And then he goes, I went to a game and there was Tom Brady. I go, I guess I got to roll with the punches. It's the same way as you. But he said that they had a nice
feeling.
He said that they had a nice talk about football on the radio. Hey, Tom's trying to win some games for you, bro.
Yeah, look, I'm excited for Pete Carroll moving forward. Tommy can hang out in the background, but yeah, just get back to silver and black.
That's another problem for Tim Brown is that Pete Carroll's a USC guy. Tim Brown's a Notre Dame guy. But Al was a huge ass. Fight on. UCLA, what? No, I mean, Al worshipped USC and frequently drafted coaches and players from USC because he thought they were the gold standard. He really did. And so that was kind of that whole Marcus Allen thing and guys like that. Of course, then it went sour with Marcus. So, all right. Well, that was really, really fun. And props to Marcus's 33rd birthday.
Yeah. Thank you, boys, to Young Tony, John Joe Curley, Murph, and Tim Brown helping me celebrate the 3rd anniversary of my 30th birthday.
So 33, as we know, is a little bit of a mystical. You know, another, because I told you they got JC at 33.
Yeah,
but
it's looking bad for me.
But isn't it also the number in quotes on the back of a Rolling Rock bottle? Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, it is.
It's a good knowledge by you.
And that has confused people for many, many years because there's a lot of theories as to what it is.
Because it was confusion.
And I know on the text line, everybody's going to say, it was that horse in the Kentucky Derby or whatever. Have you ever drank Rolling Rock? Are you a Rolling Rock guy?
I have had it. I used it as like beer pong beer up in college, but I've never gone out of my way to buy it myself.
But it was 33 on the back of the bottle. So anyway, all right. Duane Vogelsong. He didn't wear 33. He wore 32, didn't he? I think he wore 32. Yeah, he did. Jack Loader says he wore 32. Is Loader right about numbers? Does he know his numbers?
I don't think Loader knows
I don't know if he knows his
anything.
number game. All right, Loader, what number did Mike Morse wear? Ooh, I think I just got him.
Morse,
He said 38. By the way, he didn't know who Tim Brown was. What did Jack Loader learn today?
Nice.
Wow, he didn't?
And Vogie, number 32. Wait, you said he did or did not know? Oh, come on.
Did not.
Oh, go give
This guy
me some
doesn't know
push-ups,
ball.
bro. It's a Hall of Famer.
I'm going to say, did Morse wear 38? Is he right about that? Let me check right now.
Morse.
Yeah, he did.
Morse,
Wow.
Morse.
Ooh, that was impressive. I wouldn't have gotten it. Ryan Vogelsong next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, one of our all-time favorites joins us to finish the show, Marcus's birthday show. Two-time, this is another rejoin for you.
Oh, yeah, had to squeeze in Mac Miller, La 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 real quick.
Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah, he's a Pittsburgh rapper.
Vogie used to be a Pirate.
This is true.
There it is. Two-time World Series champion and roving pitching instructor for the Giants, and just always great to catch up with him. Ryan Vogelsong. Vogie, welcome back to KNBR, the Sports Leader. You got your boy Murph here. I got Marcus Boucher to my right. It's his birthday today. So, Vogie, good morning, man. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Vogie?
Hey, what's going on? Happy birthday, Marcus.
Thank you, Vogie. Appreciate it, my man.
How you doing, buddy? How's Georgia?
Hey, buddy, I'm in Sacramento right now. Got a little work going on this week.
Okay. Who we looking at?
We're going to make them all better, man. That's the goal.
I know. It is true. And there's some guys down there that are real intriguing. And the guy that comes to mind right away is Carson Whisenhunt. That's the one I feel like is the alpha dog down there. Is that the guy who's having the best season, has the best stuff, and Giants fans should be most aware of?
We've got some really good arms down there, and I think we should be excited about a lot of them. But from a consistency standpoint, Carson has definitely there's a lot of Carson. So Whisenhunt has definitely been probably the most consistent so far this year. They've all shown flashes at some point during the season. But for most of them right now, it's just trying to find some more consistent good outings over long, extended periods of time.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of eyes on Carson Whisenhunt and all the Carsons up in Sacramento right now, but there's also a lot of eyes on Bryce Eldridge. Vogie, what have you seen from him lately?
Yeah, he's getting better. Saw him earlier this season in Double-A. The at-bats are getting better. There's definitely a lot of power there, which we've seen. So I think for him, it's just a matter of getting more at-bats and getting more comfortable with himself and executing his plan more often. But he's definitely heading in the right direction.
We're talking to Ryan Vogelsong, two-time World Series champion on the UMA guest line. He's in Sacramento checking it out. Carson Seymour, by the way, best ERA of all these guys with a 3.89. Carson Whisenhunt, though, best whip with a 1.19. So a lot to like. And I guess, Vogie, kind of the big picture is Kyle Harrison got traded, man. And that was a big deal, obviously, bringing back Devers. We can talk about that in a second. But the message, to me, the message is to the minor league pitchers, we believe in you guys. Like we're willing to part with this talented left arm, moving each one of these guys, whether it's Seymour or Whisenhunt or whoever, up a rung on the ladder. Is that the message that was sort of transmitted to these young pitchers?
Well, I think the message overall should be that we have depth. I think if you look back, 2 or 3 years ago, we didn't really have the depth to go ahead and trade a guy like Kyle Harrison. But the fact that we have a pretty good bunch of arms gathered up now, it gives you the opportunity to go ahead and lose a guy like Kyle Harrison, who, I still feel like is going to be pretty good. But when you have guys, that many guys in the depth area, it just affords you that benefit to go ahead and trade a guy like Kyle so you can get an amazing player like Rafael.
Ryan, what do you think, what kind of message does it send by Buster Posey, not only to the team, but the entire Giants fan base when he goes out and makes a trade for Rafael Devers?
I think it's great. I texted him as soon as I heard about it and told him that I loved it and thought he did a great job. And it just shows you that he's in it to win it. And I knew that was going to be the fact the day he got the job. And, I mean, listen, when you're in that big league clubhouse and you got a guy like Buster, in the same way Sabes did, going out and making moves to improve the team, you got to be super excited about it. I know for us during the trade deadline every year, we got excited because we knew Sabes was going to do something to make us better. And, Buster, did that the other day, and I don't think he's done. I don't know personally. We haven't talked about it, but I would assume he's probably still out there trying to find other ways to make this team better and give them a really good chance of not just get in, but win the whole thing. So it just gives you this energy that you know that your guy upstairs is doing all he can to help you get a better team on the field.
Yeah, it was absolute shocker. I mean, 6 weeks ahead of the trade deadline too, Ryan. Maybe buying ahead of the market. It's just, is it kind of like you mentioned Sabian? Kind of takes brass ones, right, to go make this kind of move. And do you think that Buster was influenced by seeing Sabian do things like this?
I wouldn't. I'm not going to speak for him, but I would have to think so. But I also just know that Buster's super smart, and it's not just baseball. He's just an intelligent person, and I think he understands that sometimes you got to do things a little bit differently at different times. And this opportunity came up, and it was, what he wanted to do at the right when he felt was the right time. And I think it is an amazing deal for not just the team, but the entire organization. I think he sent a major message to everybody that this is the way things are going to be done, and he wants to win, and he wants to win now.
Ryan, I would love to ask you your perspective as a pitcher on Rafael Devers as a hitter and just the presence that he brings to this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, you have to know where he's at. I heard I watched the press conference, the introductory press conference, and Bo Mel said it in the press conference. He is a guy that you have to know where he's at in the lineup and when he's coming up. He's that good of a hitter, and he's that big of a threat. He obviously extends the length of the lineup, and he's a guy that can hurt you in multiple ways. Power, just being a really good hitter, knows how to hit in situations, and he's a guy that you probably don't want to face when the game's on the line and there's guys in scoring position. He just seems like he has that ability to take his game to the next level when the team needs a big at bat. And those are the guys that kind of, I'm not going to say scare you, but that you got to know where they're at in the lineup and when they're coming up. So it's definitely a really, really good problem to have as a Giant, and probably not that great of a problem to have as an opposing player.
Yeah, it's just already you could see. Even though they went 3-3 the first week, it was just different when he was coming up and things that, him getting the home run Saturday against the Red Sox. He got a big knock against them Sunday too. So talking to Ryan Vogelsong, of course, two-time World Series champ, one of the great Giants, and of course now a roving pitching instructor for the Giants. It's interesting, Ryan. I look at I'm looking at your bio and everything, and I see, you're 47, which means you're older than Justin Verlander. And we always think of Verlander as the old man. So you can tell us a little bit from a more veteran perspective. What are you seeing with Verlander this year? And what do you expect to see as the season moves on and he comes off a pectoral injury? How do you think his stuff is? How do you think his mindset is?
Yeah, I think first of all, when I saw him in spring training, I was like, holy moly, this guy moves great for 40. Obviously, he's in great shape. He takes care of himself. The knowledge that he has in his head, probably trumps some of the, age deficiencies that have come up when you hit 40. I expect him to come back from this pec thing refreshed a little bit. You never want to go on the IL, but getting a little breather here and there during the season at 40 isn't always a bad thing. So I expect him to come back a little refreshed, and I think he's probably as energized as everybody else when Buster's making moves and the team's playing pretty good, and obviously in the hunt and division, and all those things together just energize you as a player, and I expect him to come back and be pretty tough the rest of the way.
Vogie, before we let you go, we got to ask you about the top of the rotation, because it seems like we almost take Logan Webb for granted. It seems like he might be pitching at the best of any point of his career, and then you add in Robbie Ray, who's looking like his former Cy Young quality self. Are they the best 1-2 in baseball right now?
They're up there. They got to be close to the top, and I tell you what, it's encouraging. If the team can find a way to get into the playoffs, if you're running those two guys out 1 and 2 in a playoff series, you gotta feel pretty good about your chances with those two guys on the mound. And yeah, I agree with you. I think Logan's probably throwing as good as he's thrown in his whole career right now. Especially, I think he's got 2 straight starts with no walks. This is probably as good as I've seen him since I started watching him, 5 or 6 years ago. So, it's pretty impressive what he does. He's definitely kind of fell into the mold of the old Giant starters where he's going out there and he wants the ball until, the last out. And if he doesn't get there, he's going to give you 7 or 8 strong innings and give you a really good chance to win every game. And as a starter, when you take the ball, that's really the goal, is to finish the game 1 and 2. Just keep your team in the game and give them a chance to win every time you're on the mound. And he does that every single time he goes out. So you got to be pretty excited about the outlook. If they can find a way to get in the playoffs and you're running him and Robbie Ray out games 1 and 2, you got to be pretty excited.
It's a good call. Ryan Vogelsong is in Sacramento, seeing all these young arms like Carson Wisenhunt, Carson Seymour, even though he's 26, still youngish, Trevor McDonald, Mason Black, Carson Ragsdale, all down there in Sacramento. But just a parting word, Ryan, on Kyle Harrison, hometown kid, Bay Area kid, Danville, De La Salle, homegrown Giant, and unfortunately, he's the price you got to pay to get Devers. What's his next step? I guess the people were saying he needs like another pitch, or he just can't rely on the 4-seamer. So, Andrew Bailey gets him and he knows him. What do you think the next step is for Kyle?
Yeah, that's a good, for me, the biggest thing with Kyle is just the same thing I said with all our younger guys. Like the stuff is there. The competition is there. The aptitude to pitch is there. It's just consistency. And, from a guy that kind of had the same problems early in his career, it's really hard to learn how to string 5 or 6 or 7 in a row, good ones together. And that's really just the downfall for him right now. It's always kind of 2 good, 2 bad, 1 good, 1 bad. It's just it's a learning thing to learn how to go out and do what Logan is doing right now and Robbie Ray is doing right now, and string 5, 6, 7 really good starts in a row together. And I'm not going to sit here and say he needs another pitch, because I'm not sure that's it. I think it's just being able to consistently throw the ball where he wants to, start to start, and just string really good starts together.
Yeah.
And knowing Kyle, I think he'll figure it out. I'm not saying he's going to figure it out this year, but I think at some point he'll figure it out. He has that kind of want to be really good, and when you have that, you kind of find a way to get things done.
By the way, I know Buster, all the alum that played with him love it. You guys are firing texts at him. Is he too busy to get back to you? Is Buster always ghosting all his buddies?
Heck no. It's the one thing that's the one cool thing about the teams that I was on. And to this day, when you win titles and you go through the things that we went through as a team, you get close. You have to. And that's the one cool thing about those teams I was on. You can fire a text to anybody on those rosters and it gets answered right away. It's kind of the respect thing. It's the text that you get that you don't go, well, I'll get back to that in a couple minutes, or I'll get back to that later. Whenever one of us texts each other, it gets fired back right away. And Buster has never ghosted me. I hope he never does. But it's
no.
And I always put with, hey, I know you're super busy, but I have a question.
Yeah.
And it's never ghosted or not answered. It's always answered right away. But it's not just him. It's those teams we played on together. It's to a man. I mean, I could text, Matt Duffy tomorrow, and it's going to get answered right away. Same with Kane and Bum and all the guys. So that's the one cool thing. The connection that we kind of put together with those teams is a lot of respect for each other, and you just answer it because it's a different person, So, yeah, he's really good about answering texts. And I know it's not just me. Obviously, I'm neighbors with Javi Lopez, and I know he texts him quite a bit, and he answers him all the time. So it's just kind of a good thing, too, when your leader's not too busy to answer a text message from his buddies and guys that are working for him and trying to help make this thing better. it's really good to know that you can text a guy and he's going to answer right away. So, listen, we all know Buster's solid, and it's not just talk. He's a solid individual, top to bottom.
A great report, and so true. Giants fans just can't believe that this guy is back running the show because he's absolutely the right guy at the right time in the right spot. By the way, last one will be Bummy. How are we going to get him? He's so shy. He's out in the woods chopping trees down, riding horses. Any way we get him out west eventually to a spring training or two?
We're working on it.
Okay.
I'll tell you that. We're working on it. Whether it ever happens or not, I don't know, but we're working on it.
All right. It's maybe it's a matter of time. We'll let the time pass by. All right, Vogie, it's great to know that you're there talking to the young kids, Wisenhunt, Seymour, Ragsdale, all the Carsons, et cetera, et cetera. How do you differentiate between all the Carsons, by the way? Do you just call them by their last names or their numbers?
Well, it's just like anybody else. They're all very different, and you gotta know how to talk to each one of them. It's pretty easy to tell them apart. All great guys, all hungry to get better, all want knowledge. So no, it's fun. It's fun. We got a really, really good group of guys in this organization right now, and they're all extremely fun to work with. So got my hands full with them. They give me a lot of grief, but keeps me light on my toes, keeps me young, and find a way to make them all better,
I love it. Plus, by the way, is your son still playing ball?
He is, man. He's doing great. We just got done a tournament last weekend in Knoxville, Tennessee. He's been playing his butt off, so he's having fun. I'm having fun watching him, having fun coaching him, and it's been really fun just watching him get better and progress and start to understand the game of baseball a little bit more each and every day. So we're having a good time with it.
That's awesome. That's it right there. That's all you need is to watch your boy grow in the baseball journey, but not a pitcher, right? I thought he was a position player, is he?
No, just first base.
Okay.
So he's a big kid. He's about 6'4", 195 right now at 15. So
ooh, all right.
Yeah.
Let's go.
He's when he hits the ball, it goes pretty far.
Baby Bryce.
So listen, I show him videos of Bryce Eldridge all the time, and I'm like, this is what you're going to look like. So, and his swing kind of looks like Bryce a little bit from the right side.
Oh, he's
so
right side.
We do watch a lot of videos of Bryce, and yeah.
Oh, this is exciting.
We watch a lot of videos of Bryce. We watch a lot of videos of a lot of guys, but we pull him up a lot. There's a lot of similarities there. So, look, he's going to find his own path, but I would be extremely happy to be one of those dads sitting in Omaha watching him play in the College World Series here in a couple years.
That will be awesome.
Yeah, he's on his own path, and whichever way he decides to go, he decides to go. But I'm going to try and give him as much knowledge as I can to help him get there as fast as he wants. So, like I said, we're having a great time with it.
Well, we're rooting for him. Ryder. I remember he was a little baby in 2011. Come on, man. He was a baby in the parade. Now look at him hitting balls, rockets around the yard. So, all right, man, go do your thing. Always great catching up with you, Vogie. Be good.
Yeah, thanks, Vogie.
You too. Hey, man, happy birthday again. Have a great day.
There he is, the great Ryan Vogelsong. And Marcus, of course, you have one last business item
yes,
there.
Because those birthday messages are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
I've enjoyed your birthday. We've had a good birthday.
It's been a good birthday
I feel like
show.
it's my birthday.
Sounds like we should be doing a birthday month to celebrate Murph.
All right, we'll send you off. This guy's going off on a freaking 13-day vacation.
Woo!
Man, how will KNBR survive? How will the sports leader survive? We'll figure it out on the sports leader. All right, let's talk about Bigelow Tea. Let's talk about Bigelow Tea being every season being Bigelow tea season. That's why Bigelow is the number one tea in the Bay Area. So one of the first things I do each day is reach for a mug full of English breakfast to get me going. Come on. We love all of Bigelow's different flavor options. Earl Grey. What do you want? Chamomile. Perfect for someone who makes a living behind a microphone. Keeps me going, keeps you going. Look no further than everybody's cup of Bigelow tea right here in the studio. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we're doing our last Marcus Boucher birthday rejoin of the day, but that doesn't mean we're not giving away those 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival. Right now, call Cole Lepelt. He's our guy right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival, October 2 through 5 at Discovery Park, furnished by Danny Wimmer. Find rules at KNBR.com. Blink-182, Deftones, Korn, Bring Me the Horizon, Perfect Circle, Rob Zombie, Good Charlotte, Marilyn Manson, Mudvayne, All Time Low, All American Rejects, Taking Back Sunday. I can keep going. Alkaline Trio, Story of the Year, Bowling for Soup, Hoobastank, Static X, Exodus, Guar, shout out Tolbert, Death Angel, and more. There you go. This was your warm-up music, right?
Yes, sir. Doing Time by Sublime.
So finally, let's go to Young Tone here. Yes,
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, it's all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And Tony, what'd you learn today? How to book a mystery guest.
Damn right I did. Shout out Curly as well. It's a team effort. You know, we all connected on this. I don't want to take any credit. Happy birthday, Marcus. Tremendous. And we did get Tim Brown on the show. And a luminary out here that we like to not mention on the air. Jack Loader did not know who Tim Brown was.
So now you're now reaching unk status where you're lording it over young kids? Is that it?
No. This is what Uncle Waterboy learned today, that I'm now at the age of my life where kids who were born in 1999 don't know who the hell Tim Brown is. What am I doing?
He didn't listen to 1050, the Nifty. Only on the Nifty.
Yeah, but
1050.
I'm not going to let Loader rain on my parade. Do want to give a big thank you to John Joe Curley out in Greece, Tony behind the glass, even Cole helping out with booking Tim Brown today, Murph, my partner in crime as always, and everybody who checked in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line wishing me a happy birthday. I'm going to be celebrating with this bottle of Jamie that Murph got me this morning.
And so many people sent in birthday texts.
I can't respond to them all.
So
Appreciate
we'll end it with 831 saying, happy birthday, Waterboy. Enjoy that guac with extra mayo.
You know, me and Kapler might have to sit down for some birthday.
Guac. Gabriel Guac.
Gabriel Guac.
Have a great vacation. Happy birthday. We'll see you on July 7th. Where will the Giants be on July 7th?
I will see you after America's birthday, Murph, because I like America just like Patrick Bailey.
So do I. KNBR. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
Helion Fuego.
World's best farter. That's great.
The last guy that you want to be involved with the Raiders would be Tom Brady. You know, look, man, it is what it is at this particular point. I think we're all rolling with the punches. Happy birthday, Marcus.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Johnson throws. Flores takes it. It gets by the catcher. Fitzgerald breaks for the plate and he scores. And that's how the Giants win the game. Amazing.
Here's Ray throwing. Swing and a line drive. Caught by the leaping Kyler Fitzgerald at second base. Couple of steps to his right, then high in the air, and with his glove hand fully extended, he caught it.
Here's a ground ball, right side, far to his left. Fitzgerald kicks it, picks it up, throws to first, too late. Well, he had to range way back into his left and onto the outfield grass, but he got there and then did not field it cleanly. Cabrera throws, and Fitzgerald crushes one to deep left center field. Hernandez back at the wall. He'll leap, and he catches it at the wall. And he might have robbed Tyler Fitzgerald of a home run.
Yeah, he's just, he's a little in between, it feels like.
a bit late sometimes a little bit late on the heater, a little out in front of the breaking ball, and not covering away as much as he probably should right now. It's been a little bit of a struggle for him here recently.
Bob Melvin, the voice you just heard at the end of all that, and of course a montage of highlights and lowlights from Tyler Fitzgerald, who was optioned to AAA yesterday. So Casey Schmidt, you think, is going to be the second base once Matt Chapman comes back. But until then, we got some Christian Koss, we got some Brett Wisely in our lives. Good morning, everybody. Papa and Silver hanging out with you 10 to 2. And the Giants had their third consecutive Monday off. Now they do not get another off day until July 10th before the Dodgers series when they come to Oracle just before the All-Star break. But, Papa, I got to say, it feels like this was sort of the first chance of really getting a collective exhale for the Giants because, yes, they were off last Monday, but that wasn't really an off day for Rafael Devers. We were swarmed with news. He had the press conference Tuesday. Obviously, big week with him facing his former team and getting his first look in a Giants uniform. And now just a little bit of a reset. The Miami Marlins come into town, and it's City Connect Tuesday. We're ready to go.
And I wonder what Rafael Devers did on his first full off day in San Francisco. Last week, he just flew into town and had to get all situated. I'm sure he's staying in a hotel. I mean, what did he do yesterday? Start looking for housing? He's going to be here for not 8 days or 8 weeks or 8 months. He's going to be here for 8.5 years. So do you look into buying a home? Do you wait and just kind of feel out the city the remainder of the year and live that hotel life, or maybe move in with a teammate? Well, we'll find out more. But I agree. It's a day just to reset. Very rare and much valuable to have a complete off day when you're at home, especially when it's on a Monday after a Sunday afternoon game, and then they don't have to get to the yard for a couple of hours. Casey Schmidt will be there by noon, and we'll talk to Mighty Casey. But obviously for Devers, a chance to just exhale, figure out, not just the baseball life, but his personal life. And then for the baseball team, it all started when they got back from Miami in that road trip. San Diego, Atlanta, had to go to Colorado right away, and then Dodgers, Cleveland, Boston. It was quite the gauntlet, but they performed well, and a lot of it was done without Matt Chapman, but they played well. They made a tremendous trade, and now they push ahead against a Miami team that is always competitive, but a team that is certainly reloading. Gabe Kapler will be in town, their assistant general manager. We'll talk to our friend Craig Minervini, their TV voice, is in town. He and I were talking this morning. I already want to trade for both their second baseman and their shortstop, who used to be a second baseman. We'll see. But for the time being, Tyler Fitzgerald goes down, and he's going to be, I assume, Wade Meckler was playing some second base when Brett Wisely came up. So Meckler can play everywhere. I assume they're going to play Fitzmagic at second only, or would they make him a Super U and bop him around? He did go down to AAA last year in May, and he turned everything around. He got hot, and then he got called up, but he was Fitzmagic. He was hitting bombs 5 straight games and at 15 like that, and he's talking about Bonds and McCovey and Bonds and Mays going back to New York and the way they splashed, and Rookie of the Year, and then the end of the year, a lot of swing and miss, and he carried that over to this year. Had fractured ribs and had played through a crazy injury. And when he came back, it looked like he actually got, swinging the bat well before that, and then that injury hurt his swing and his body. I don't know how you play through that kind of injury, but he hasn't been the same player offensively. I think they're going to miss his small ball game. And I thought, they may want to make a change at second base, but I would keep Fitz on the roster as a backup. And you got a lot of guys that are just kind of backups right now. Daniel Johnson, Wilmer Flores. Your bench is a lot better, so they didn't have room for it. Plus they want to get his swing going. He's just too much swing and miss, and not just chasing sliders away, but center cut fastballs over the weekend against Boston. Just swing and miss. You got to hit that ball. You got to at least foul it off, if not turn that around and do damage. So overall, his baseball confidence level needs to be reset. Hopefully that'll be at AAA. And then we'll watch the combination of Wisely and Koss. I would think maybe the Marlins are going to start 3 right-handers in this series. So you would think it would be Wisely, the lefty, but you never quite know. Koss could get some starts as well. Certainly will sub in. You got a day game on Thursday, so it could be 2 Wisely, 1 Koss. And or maybe, Cost in the middle. I'm not sure how they're going to break it up and then use Cost defensively. And then we are going to talk, and I'm excited. I've talked to him on TV a few times and been an admirer of him. I think everybody knows how much I appreciate his skill. The guy is highly skilled. He was a closer in college and threw,
he was.
90-plus miles per hour. He's got a big-time arm. Right now he's swinging the bat well. And we may see Matt Chapman. He's taking ground balls with a splint off right now. Is he going to have swing one-handed in batting practice? What is he, Pete Gray, the one-armed man? How do you do that? That is ultimately strong. I imagine it would be soft toss or tee work. But Chapman, I heard Kuiper this morning. We thought All-Star break or after, and Kuiper said maybe the 4th of July when the Giants go to play his former team, the A's, in Sacramento. He's not going to miss a trip to hit bombs in that nighttime air in Sacramento. And then we'll talk to Casey about it. The baseball gods have a way of changing their plans as you go, but we'll talk to Casey a lot about how he's swinging, how he's doing, and up on the plate. I see him actually adjusting mid-at-bat, just stepping up on the plate. He's getting into favorable counts. He's spitting on pitches and getting to the point where he can drive pitches. But, we've seen him at second base, just, how comfortable is. So it's a good time to have our first conversation with the mighty Casey. Right now playing so well at third to cover up a significant injury. And then if they need him in a couple of weeks or sometime in July to slide over and play second base every day.
Yeah, really looking forward to having Casey Schmidt join us. That's going to be at noon, so set those clocks, get that lunch break ready to go. And first time that I'll get the chance to talk to Casey Schmidt. The first guest that we had on the show way back before spring training was Tyler Fitzgerald, and of course that was the news of yesterday with the Giants being off. Tyler Fitzgerald, after the game on Sunday against the Red Sox, gets optioned to AAA Sacramento. And so the question I have this morning is, do you approve of the timing of this move? We know that Tyler Fitzgerald has been struggling badly, and he's got value for a team as a utility man. He's got some very pronounced skills, particularly on the base path, that a Giants team that's not an offensive powerhouse could definitely use. Is it better to send him down to AAA to just get his confidence back, get better plate approach, take better swings, and is now the time to see if you have anything long-term in Costs or Wisely, who you're going to be seeing up until Matt Chapman does come back, which, to your point from earlier, sounds like it could be sooner rather than later? Or are you kind of looking at this on the other side where you check out the NL West standings, or maybe the NL as a whole, as we even got into the NL Central yesterday with Jesse Rogers, and maybe you're thinking, this isn't the time to mess around and replace a struggling Fitzgerald with two players who might even be less productive over the long haul. Why not just wait until Chapman comes back and then get that infield of Schmidt, Chapman, possibly Devers if he ends up playing first base, but you can get Wilmer Flores in there, and then Willy Adames, all guys who have started to be waking up with the bats a little bit. So 415-808-5627, the number if you would like to chime in on the timing of the move to send Tyler Fitzgerald down. Let's continue this all day long. Susan Slusser joining us at 10:50. We'll tell you about the guest list coming up. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tyler Fitzgerald was optioned to AAA Sacramento after the game on Sunday, which means for the short term, it's going to be Christian Koss and Brett Wisely sharing that second base role until Matt Chapman comes back. Do you approve of the timing to do this now while Matt Chapman is still injured? 415-808-5627, the number to sound off. We'll be breaking it down right here on Papa and Silver.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver, happy Tuesday. Talking a little Tyler Fitzgerald, talking a little Giants baseball, welcoming the Marlins into town. Of course, they faced them for 3 games down in Miami at the end of May into June 1st, and now they come to Oracle for the first time before they face the White Sox, and actually won't have a day off until right before that Dodgers series, July 11th through the 13th, so July 10th, the next time the Giants will have a day not playing some baseball. So it's going to be busy for Rafael Devers and company. The question I have for you, do you approve of the timing of the Tyler Fitzgerald move? 808 KNBR. We got Matt and Aiyuk waiting on the line. I'll get to you in just a second after I tell you what we got coming up. Susan Slusser, 10:50. Marcus Thompson will be joining us at 11:30. Wrote a couple of great extensive pieces on the NBA Finals, the fallout of Tyrese Halliburton's injury, and we'll have a lot to say about the Warriors' draft approach and offseason targets. Of course, Casey Schmidt's going to be joining us at 12 o'clock sharp. Craig Minervini, Marlins TV, radio, and Florida Panthers, 2-time back-to-back Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers, does a lot of work for them. He'll be joining us at 12:50. And then we may have another edition sometime in the 1 o'clock hour, but got to wait for a couple of details to get ironed out here before I give official word on all of that. So let's take it back out to the phone lines. Matt and Aiyuk joining the Gregs on a Tuesday. What's happening? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's going on, fellas? How you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic. How are you?
Doing great. So basically, here's my idea. Fitzgerald, I wish he could have stayed up. But why not give Devers a shot at third just to kind of get him back on the field while Chapman's out, have Wilmer at first, find someone to DH, and get Devers a little bit of baseball shape on the field instead of just DHing. What do you guys think?
I appreciate the call. And, we're working with a little stream here. So, Papa, with your invisibility cloak, I'm going to hand it to you first.
Well, we're doing old school radio. I don't think Rafael Devers is going to play third base for the San Francisco Giants this year. I can say that with clarity. I'm not sure he'll play third base ever here. I wouldn't want him to play third base. Right now, even with Chapman out, I could list 3 or 4 guys that are better at third base than Rafael Devers. You'd be doing him a disservice. I even wonder with that groin injury that I saw when he scored from first on Ramos's ball in the 8th inning down the line. He didn't walk back to the dugout well. I hope he'll be able to play tonight, but right now he's strictly a DH. And I'm the one that likes to move guys around and do this and do that. Devers is a DH, and I think that's where he will stay for the immediate future and maybe the long range future. We'll see. When Chapman does come back, and Chapman's so good at third base, and he did, if you recall, he actually volunteered to go over and play shortstop. I think he did it this offseason. He's done it before, but it's also, he is a gold glove, platinum glove winner at third base. He can play short, but you're weakening yourself at 2 different positions. I mean, I played the game where Adames should play third, Chapman should play short, and you put Casey Schmidt at second. I don't know. They're not going to do that. When you listen to Bob Melvin talk, they're not going to play Wilmer at second base. They're not going to play Wilmer at third base. They've got enough inventory to cover this, and they do value defense. They are chasing the bat a little bit now with getting Rafael Devers. So what they're going to do now, and as far as, do you approve? It's not up for public vote. I know we can talk about it on the radio and vote on social media. I wonder if they asked Tyler if he wanted to go down. He needs to get his mojo back. He's lost his groove. They ask him to bunt all the time, and I do think they'll miss his element. Safety squeeze, moving runners along. He is good at it. They're going to miss his speed. Sometimes they'll miss his defense, especially when Wisely's out there because he's just as good a defender. But just too much swing and miss. He struck out 108 times last year in 341 plate appearances, and mainly it was after he had that barrage when he hit the 15 home runs like that. All of a sudden, look at his September numbers, just chasing sliders, striking out. He did it to start the year, played through an injury, and now he's just not. He struck out, last year he struck out 108 times. This year he struck out 53 times already in 200 plate appearances. That's just unacceptable. You got to put the ball in play. So he needs to go down there and barrel it up. And, last year he went down in May, and he got hot, and they called him back up. So it's June right now. We'll talk to Casey about playing second base. His throwing arm is so premier for playing third base. I mean, if he throws, I remember when he first came up in that series against Washington, it was some of the highest velocity on arm throws from the infield. De La Cruz in Cincinnati had a couple higher, but Casey was right there. Does his arm play as well at second base? When you take an elite arm like Casey Schmidt and you move it over to second, the arm angle's different. You don't use the arm as much. There are times when you'll say, wow, he's got a third baseman shortstop hose like Shawan Dunston, and we can use that at second base. But by and large, it's not valued as much there, and likewise at first base. But I think when Chapman comes back, and hopefully it all goes lined up, but baseball gods don't always do that. Chapman comes back in July. He goes to third. Casey goes to second. And then hopefully you get Tyler Fitzgerald going down there where you can bring him back up at some point. And then when July rolls around, then you start talking about making trades. Do you need to go outside of the organization to really fill second base? I mean, right now, we're kind of hodgepodging it together, Greg. Who is the number one prospect that plays second base in the Giants system? Would it be Tyler Fitzgerald? He didn't even play second base. He was a shortstop. They put him in center. They've kind of made him a second baseman. He played, we talked to him, he played second base some in the minors before, but it's like his third or fourth best position. Brett Wisely, is he that good of a prospect really offensively and defensively? Wade Meckler can play in the outfield. He can also play second base. I'm at a loss. Help me out here. Who else? So I think ultimately, if you feel like Tyler Fitzgerald just has too much swing and miss in his game, he's not going to be your everyday second baseman. Do you eventually trade Casey Schmidt away and allow him to really flourish as a big leaguer and play third base, or you just try to cram him in to second base, or it's a need? Or do you need to go outside of the organization and trade for a second baseman short-term and long-term?
I mean, that certainly was a thought that crossed my mind yesterday when they made the move. I'm thinking, okay, second base, and when we go back to our two words with Friday and the errors that Christian Koss had and then the struggles of Tyler Fitzgerald at the plate, second base has now become the new first base in terms of the position we're looking at. That has been a hole on the roster, particularly with the bat, going back to chasing the bat. I appreciate the call from Matt in Antioch, and I got to admit, I did have the thought initially when we're reacting to it live on the air. I'm thinking, if they're doing this now, would they just try to get Casey Schmidt comfortable right now at second base? And yeah, they're not going to play Rafael Devers at third at all. And I mean, given that he hasn't done this since spring training, they're going to protect him. They're going to protect him from playing in the field, period. And here's why I will give a lot of credit to Buster Posey, Bob Melvin. They have had a good feel for a lot of these decisions a lot of the year round. It hasn't been necessarily panic moves, but when it's time for the shakeup, or in Buster's words, when it's time to go, that's when things have been able to take action. And I mean, think about Willy Adames getting that off day, and I know he did not want to take it, but since then, he has really been coming around better and swinging the bat a lot more productively. Yaz has come around after some roster shakeups and adding an outfielder like Daniel Johnson into the fold. Hasn't been a Yaz replacement, but all of a sudden, after Yaz got a couple of days off in the middle of that long stretch and the Padres series in the middle of the week, he's started to pick it up and finally just got his first bomb since April 30th. So there's a lot of different things to process here. And 707 actually kind of points out, I continue to and be impressed by the timing of Buster's moves. They might not work out, but the timing is hard to second guess. Talks about the Devers trade of the timing, sending down Fitz in Buster. We trust. 707 on a different topic, also kind of calling out the midday curse here on KNBR, says, why are you going to let Greg and Greg ruin Casey Schmidt? He's finally coming around like he knew we could. Don't do it, guys. Don't do it.
Man, thank you, John Lund, for jumping in there. Schmidt does happen. So you're not going to move Casey Schmidt to second base now. You always make a decision. My dad used to say, if you know you're going to do something, make that decision as early as possible. But no, you make it in sports when you have to make it. So Casey plays third base until Matt Chapman comes back, and then you figure it out later. And then we'll see. And we'll talk to Casey about it. I wonder if he's taking – one thing you would do is have him take ground balls pregame a little bit if you're actually going to do this in a couple of weeks when the calendar turns to July and maybe the 4th of July and not, July 14th, Bastille Day after the All-Star break. You'd have him get acclimated, or maybe you wouldn't. You don't want to cloud his mind. The throwing arm and the slot are completely different when you're at third base versus second base. So I'm not sure. We'll ask him, how that's going to work. And then at some point, we'll talk about trades. But I think that's a little premature. I think organizationally, they're just thin there. So we've talked about Thairo Estrada. You got to identify teams that you think would be willing to trade in late June. Boston traded Devers because they wanted Devers out of there. They're not sellers. They're not buyers. We'll see what they're going to be with this young roster. So the timing with them, they would have traded him in May. They wanted him gone. They wanted to move the salary. They wanted the guy out of the clubhouse. So that's different. Everybody else is playing, is Atlanta going to sell? Is Baltimore really going to sell? I think when you look at it, the Oakland A's, the A's, I did it again, the Athletics, they probably will sell, and they have a second baseman there that is interesting. I think you can maybe get him right now.
Yeah.
Luis Urias, who was playing for Zach Geloff, is actually a good player defensively, and he's got a little pop in his history. I mentioned Thairo Estrada at Colorado. I thought of Donnie Barrels, Donovan Solano, but I'm not sure Seattle would move him at all. And then just watching the Marlins getting ready for the series, and we'll talk to Craig Minervini, their radio and TV voice. Xavier Edwards, this young guy at second base, what a player. Switch hitter, really good defensively, was a shortstop, doesn't have the arm to play short, so they're playing him at second base. He leads off for them. He's an old school, not a lot of power, but big-time steal ability, and he would probably hit down in the order, but as he gets older, maybe up in the order. Now, to make a trade with the Miami Marlins, you know who you're dealing with there. That's their assistant GM, Gabe Kapler. So that would be Zach Manasseh. And hey Cap, you got a good burger while you're out here, and we want Xavier Edwards. The other guy is Otto Lopez. They have there, who is playing shortstop. I remember him mainly as a second baseman. The Giants had him in spring training last year. He was hitting bombs. I was surprised he didn't make the roster coming out of spring. We'll ask Susan about it, why he didn't. He's mainly, to me, a second baseman, but his throwing arm is better than Edwards. So they've moved Lopez to short and Edwards to second. Edwards is probably the better of the two prospects. He's younger. Would they give up on him? I hear Craig told me they're kind of lukewarm on him. Not a lot of people like him. They traded Jazz Chisholm. Maybe you could get Xavier Edwards from them. Speed, switch hit, ability, good defender, good range going up the middle. If they don't want to give him up, Otto Lopez can hit, and he can play second and also back up at short. So that's probably a month away, a little bit more. Right now you take inventory, you ride out Brett Wisely and Christian Koss, and then when Chappie comes back, you take a look at Casey Schmidt. If that's just not what you want to do, can Tyler Fitzgerald reignite, get hot, bring him back up? Or might you just say, we don't have anybody in the system that's good enough. We don't have anybody on our roster that's good enough. We got to go out of the roster. But also your needs change a little bit with these guys picking it up offensively, adding Devers. How much production do you need from second base? You're not getting much from catch, obviously. So I think it's hard to have two spots. With Casey picking it up now, the bottom of the order is much better where it was. 7, 8, 9 is just a black hole. Can you get around 8, 9 and ride that out? Is it something you do in the off season? But it'll be interesting to see. Buster has made some blockbusters. How is he going to handle what's going on at second base?
808 KNBR, the number if you'd like to chime in on this discussion. I will tell you that Pop and Silver is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA. Susan Slusser at 10:50, but we'll continue with your calls next. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver hanging out with you. Susan Slusser going to be joining us coming up next segment, and we are processing a little bit of an exhalation after the Giants have had a lot of craze around them with the Rafael Devers Father's Day deal. They play the Guardians. Justin Verlander comes back. Then they play Devers' old team, and now welcome in Gabe Kapler and the Miami Marlins into town before they go and face the Chicago White Sox for a weekend series. Your calls, 415-808-5627. A lot of the morning has centered around Tyler Fitzgerald, Casey Schmidt, who's going to join us at 12 o'clock, by the way, and the position of second base. So let's go out to Mo in San Francisco, who wants to talk about number 10 himself, Casey Schmidt. What's going on, Mo? You're with the Gregs.
Yeah, hi, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I wanted just to say something about Casey Schmidt's arm, and don't overlook the fact that as a relay man, he has a superior throwing arm and can really has an advantage to cut down runners as they're coming around third from the outfield. So that's a very valuable tool to have for him as a second baseman. And the other thing I wanted to ask you about is, what do you do with Jung-Ho Lee? I mean, he's slumping. Do you put him in? Do you sit him down for a couple of days? Do you put him at the tail end of the order? Do you bat him ninth, let's say, like they did with Tyler Fitzgerald? What's the story with him?
I appreciate the call, Mo, and a lot of good thoughts to chew on. Again, Papa, with the Harry Potter invisibility cloak, I'll let you take it.
Yeah, Mo sounds like the guy that called when he wanted our Victory Mondays during the football season. He's been waiting. Was that Mo? I think that was actually Mo's voice that I detected there. He's a friend. So great point about the throwing arm. Casey Schmidt, and we'll talk to him later. I mean, Casey can throw the ball from third to first at like 93 miles per hour. He was a closer in college, so he has a big-time throwing arm. Tyler Fitzgerald also has a really good throwing arm. And the play at the plate where they got Toro when Yaz overran the ball down the line in the game against the Red Sox on Sunday. Tyler Fitzgerald was the cut man, the relay man who made the throw to Patrick Bailey, and I don't know if he went under the line or not, or he did jump around at Abraham Toro, but he got mowed down, the Toro at the plate. The throwing arm at second base, not so much on ground balls, although it does come into play. You know, when you could actually put the second baseman out, like the Barry Bonds wishbone defense that Ted Robinson called it, or, Joe Panik was out there. The throwing arm from shallow right field played big at second base. It's not as important coming across the diamond, and we'll ask Casey about turning double plays and all that, but on the play Mo mentioned, relays, there's no doubt you need a good throwing arm at second base. It can be invaluable. Jung-Hoo's in a slump, brother. He's just, they moved him up to lead off and put Adames at second, and then Devers at third when Devers got here, and then Jung-Hoo had to go down. We were on the patio last week. We talked about it. He got dropped down to sixth in the batting order against a left-handed starter for the night game. We go there for a Thursday day game, and a righty is starting for Cleveland, and he bats seventh. It's like, whoa. So right now, they're trying to get the double leadoff down in the order, whether it's sixth or seventh. Mainly, I think he's been hitting fifth or something right there, and then you have Adames behind him. So instead of them going 1-2, they're going like 5-6. So I think as you look at the team, and Bags has been talking about this a lot, obviously second base is an area to upgrade. We've been talking about it all morning. The other catcher to Patrick Bailey, you just need more offense from that spot somehow, some way. Maybe another bullpen arm after giving up both Harrison and Hicks. But a right-handed hitting outfielder with Matos going down to AAA and Daniel Johnson on this team, and Daniel's fine. You got Yaz, you got Jung-Hoo Lee, and you got Daniel Johnson. Encarnacion, we haven't talked about it. He's gone. He had an oblique injury, and he's going to be out a long time, so just scratch his name off the list. Playing outfield, playing first DH. That's a right-handed bat that's gone. The only right-handed bat you have in the outfield, correct me if I'm wrong, is Elliot Ramos. So I think they need another right-handed bat, in particular in the outfield, maybe in a platoon situation with Yaz, or maybe in a platoon situation with Jung-Hoo Lee, who got off to a great start this year, and we actually thought this guy's going to make the All-Star team the way he hit in April, and he's going to contend with a rise for a National League batting title. Who is this guy? And he's just not been as strong. And Bob was talking about it. He's just a little late on things, and he's not. He used to be able to take that pitch away and hit it hard the other way. Now he's rolling over on it, and a lot of fly balls in the outfield, just routine pop-ups that he's not just able to drive. So we thought Jung-Hoo Lee, Greg, would be possibly an all-star this year. That is not happening. But Elliot Ramos.
Yeah.
And I told you I had a homework assignment from last night that I looked at. Elliot Ramos' candidacy to be an all-star. And I think Elliot Ramos is having a better year right now at this stage in late June than he did last year. Remember, last year he didn't come up till May. So his numbers are better. And a guy named Corbin Carroll got drilled last night. He has a chip fracture in his wrist. So he's not playing in any All-Star game in Atlanta. He's not going to play for a while. I actually had Corbin Carroll, as I went through the National League outfielders, as guys that would make it or contend with Ramos, but he's gone now. So Kyle Tucker's going to make it in the outfield for sure.
Pete Crow Armstrong.
Fernando Tatis Jr., he's a lock. I mean, Fernando Tatis Jr., I think he'll make it, and he may actually be. I haven't checked the starters and the fan vote, but he's a popular player. Pete Crow Armstrong, certainly. James Wood of the Washington Nationals should be in the outfield. He should start in left field. He is third in the league in ops behind Shohei and Shohei's teammate Will Smith.
Wow.
Andy Paz of the L.A. Dodgers is going to be a bit of an issue with the numbers he has. He actually has more home runs than Elliot Ramos. He's having quite an offensive year. Paz driving the ball, and just his outfield defense is terrific. 16 homers and 52 RBIs. But how many Dodgers are going to make the All-Star team? Let's not just make it the National League Dodgers. Kyle Stowers. We'll talk to Craig Minervini of the Miami Marlins broadcast team. I think he's their lone All-Star, and he does play left field. So, in any way, Jung-Hoo Lee's not going to be an All-Star this year. Elliot Ramos is probably the only position player that will make it. And I think going into yesterday, I thought he's kind of borderline if he would make it. I think he's got a much better chance, and you could make a point that Elliot Ramos should be in the All-Star game over a lot of more celebrated players. And now with Corbin